Hello, everybody. It's a great honor to open another conference of the annual conference of the Institute of Archaeology in Tel Aviv University. It's a long tradition of our institute, and usually in this auditorium, we have a big crowd of people with our academic staff, with our institute, with our many students, and many supporters. And today, only the people who are actually taking part in this conference are here. And we have other people around the globe watching us in the Zoom and in the webinar and the Facebook. I don't know exactly how many, but probably we'll know later. I want to start and say that I'm really proud to be the director of this institute. And not only because the activity that we're doing, excavations from Timna and Masada in the south to Megiddo and Bet Yerach in the north, from the city of David to the sites in the Shfela, Hadid, Azekah, Apollonia, Ashdod Yam, not only because we are excavating from the prehistory to the Byzantine, and then continue to the Crusaders, and not only because the many labs that we have, including the new one. I'm really proud because every time that I'm coming to the Institute, I meet the people. And these people working with us, these are the people who are making me really proud, because I can see the fire, I can see the passion, I can see the eyes of people who are doing what they really love to do. And again, I'm not talking only about our academic staff, the teachers in the department. I'm talking is the same thing is with our people working in the institute, because when we are going to the press that we have, and I see Nurit and Sipi, I can see people who are doing what they love to do and pushing forward our publications. And when I'm going to the studio and I see Yulia and Itamar and Naama, so I see people who are doing really what they love, quietly, but what they love. And when I'm moving to the photography department, I see Sasha, it's not quiet there with the Russian rock that he's putting there, but I see someone again who is doing things that he really loves to do. And when I'm going down and I see Diana in the metallurgic lab, and I see Paula in the petrographic lab, and I'm going to see Ortal in the 3D lab. And of course, when I'm going to the big lab that we have with Lidar and Daphna, I see the many students there and I see the many projects there. Again, I see people who really love, they have passion of what they do. And this is the thing that is really making me proud. And I think that this passion is not only with our staff and the people who are working with us, because the same thing is when I'm looking at the PhD students and the MA students, and then I'm going with all the many BA students that we have here, the Israeli students and the internationals, and I see the next generation of people that are doing what they love, with working and studying what they love, and they have the same passion. And even when the corridors in this Corona time are empty, it's inside the labs, and inside the offices, and it's inside the publications. So yeah, this is what makes me really proud and happy with what I'm doing. It's great to see such a long and fascinating day focusing around Jerusalem. And before we'll continue to the maybe most important part of this introduction, and we'll talk about the grants to the many students we have. And then before Yuval will present the day and we'll start the actual lectures, I'm very happy to ask the director of the school, the School of Jewish Study and Archaeology, Professor Yuval Rotman, to greet us. And then we can continue to the part of the scholarships. So Yuval, please.
Hello to everyone here in the hall, and also our listeners at home and elsewhere. Thank you very much, Oded. I'm very excited to open this annual day the annual Yohanan Aharoni Day for 2021. For that is dedicated to Jerusalem, forces that shape Jerusalem, and to say a few words on behalf of the School of Jewish Studies and Archaeology. Odette talked about passion, and it's very, I mean, you cannot escape the passion, the passion of the archaeologist when you, of course, cross the corridors, when you enter the labs, just as you said, but also when you read your papers. You know, since I began to be the chair of the school, I much more closely now read the research proposal, the PhD works, the publication, the articles, and I'm holding in my hand the very fresh newsletter of the Institute of the Tower Archaeology, which is extremely fascinating, and it's extremely fascinating also to see what you have accomplished just over this last period when the conditions were so unfavorable. So really, chapeau to all of you, archaeologists, for keeping up the spirit, for keeping up the fire. And as a Byzantinist, I must say that, you know, when I taught Byzantine history in the United States, it was very hard to bring Byzantium to the students. But here it's natural. I mean, each step you make on this land, it's you have layers of history and prehistory. And it's thanks to you and your amazing work, especially in this last year, that we can discover more and more layers and more understanding and perspective, new perspective especially, and new methodologies in approaching this material. So on behalf of the school, we are very proud of you, of course, and we look at your passion as a model.
Well, this is a time to say thank you, not only in the end, but now, before we start. So first of all, thank you, Professor Yuval Gadot, who will come in a minute, who planned, have the idea for this program. And Professor Yuval Gadot, together with the two of our PhD students, Helena Roth and Nitzan Shalom, prepared really a fascinating program that you all will see today. Thanks also to Nirit, who is in charge over the administration and all the things that you cannot see here, but it's behind the scene. And now it's the time to ask Professor Yuval Gadot, the head of the department, to step and greeting us and move to the scholarships.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's exciting to be here after a year. Last year we were here just as the corona broke. This was the last time we were here. And somebody lectured with the Skype, and nobody understood how can it be. Every year we celebrate this event by giving scholarships for students who have published articles, or their articles were accepted for publications. This is part of our policy to encourage students from their PhD, even their MA, to publish, to become part of the academic world. And we are very proud of this tradition. It's the 4th year already that it's happening. I will quickly go over the names. They are not here. I cannot congratulate them personally, but I hope that you are at home and your family is at home watching and clapping hands with you. The competition for an article that was published in a peer-reviewed journal, we divided it into kind of 2 categories. And in the first category, we have Yoav Vaknin, who published the article that you see behind me. And this is an article that was published in an international peer-reviewed journal that is outside of our own field, +1 you can see here. So Yoav, congratulations. Other scholarships were given for PhD students that wrote in local or more kind of the arena that we are here scholarships. And so we have Yafit Kedar for her article in Time and Mind that was accepted just now. Eli Itkin for his article at Tel Aviv Journal. Irene Hall for a journal in Tel Aviv. And Alexander Rothol for an article that will be published soon in Israel Exploration Journal. Bar Efrati for her article in Prehistoric Society, Journal of the Israel Prehistoric Society. Sean Donaway for his article in Levant. Nadia Konsen for her article also in Levant, published in 2020. And this is where it ends, and we are very, very happy with this, with the students and with their achievements. This year we began another tradition that I hope will go on from here onward, and this is to give scholarships also for students who wrote an excellent seminar paper, even pro-seminars, the first seminar paper that they write. And this is for BA students, and this is again to encourage writing, to learn how to write. And we have Daniel Nam, that I think I saw him somewhere here, or at least in the corridor. Noga Rappaport, who wrote an excellent seminar. Nicole Margarita Rudinsky, Vladislav Litochenko, Topaz Yafa Ashkenazi, Aryeh Ben Chanoch, and that's it for now. The scholarships are given by the Institute of Archaeology of Tel Aviv University and by the Friends of the Institute of Archaeology, and I invite Mrs. Sarah Lev to come and say a few words for these Friends of the University.
Good afternoon. Welcome all the participants. The past year has been extremely challenging for all of us. Social distancing and lockdown were imposed everywhere. That is exactly why we do our best to preserve our traditions, such as this ceremony, which holds us together as a culture, society, standing by its values. צהריים טובים, גבירותיי ורבותיי, השנה האחרונה הייתה מאתגרת ביותר עבור כולנו. התרחקות חברתית וסגרים הוטלו בכל מקום. המסורת שלנו, בדיוק בגלל זה אנחנו עושים כמיטב יכולתנו לשמר את המסורות שלנו, כגון טקס זה, המחזיק אותנו כחברה תרבותית העומדת על ערכיה. עמותת ידידי המכון לארכיאולוגיה ממשיכה במתן מלגות, גם בשנה קודמת וגם השנה, ומודה לתורמי המלגות ביניהם חברת היסטרוניקס ומפעל ההנצחה על שם רוזנפלד זיכרונו לברכה. עליו אומר מספר מילים. יורם רוזנפלד ז"ל נולד בתל אביב ב-1943 ונפטר בניו יורק ב-1997, נקבר בירושלים. היה איש עסקים מחלוצי ההייטק בישראל, בוגר הטכניון בלימודי הנדסת חשמל, מראשוני ענף המחשוב בארץ, נמנה עם מייסדי בית התוכנה תכם, מנכ"ל תדירן מערכות ואחר כך קונסול כללי ונציג רשות ההשקעות הישראלית בלוס אנג'לס. יותר מאוחר היה מנכ"ל אמפל ישראל ומנכ"ל חברת ההשקעות האמריקאית USI. הקים עם שותפים את קרן מופת, הקרן הראשונה להשקעות הון סיכון בארץ. היה ממייסדי גיאוטק וסגן יושב ראש הדירקטוריון שלה. יורם היה איש תרבות רחב אופקים, איש רנסנס משכיל ותרבותי, בעל תחומי ידע ועניין רבים ומגוונים, מעבר לטכנולוגיה או לניהול. הענקת המלגות בתחום הארכיאולוגיה נבחרה כאחת הדרכים לכבד את זכרו, על מנת להעביר מסר כי כל הישגי ההווה בנויים על תשתית העבר, וכי לא הטכנולוגיה בלבד, אלא גם ולא פחות ממנה, המטען התרבותי משמש כבסיס להישגים יוצאי הדופן של קהילת ההייטק בארץ. בהצלחה בכנס לכולם.
This year we have, thank you very much, Sarah. We have another scholarship for students who participated in the course that taught them preservation, archaeological preservation, taught by Dr. Alan Kislev from the Israeli Antiquity Authority, and Ra'anan decided to create a competition for the work that were submitted in this course. And the following students won the scholarship. The scholarship is given by the Israeli Institute of Archaeology, מכון ישראלי לארכיאולוגיה, and as they're also kind of understanding that preservation and archaeology are going hand in hand. And the students that won the scholarships from the course are Dedi Bilibinder, Riki Zalut, Efrat Nakash, Noam Kudesh, Yana Kirillov, Yulia Mekabovchik, and that's it. So also applause for them. And with no further ado, I invite Selena Roth to come and open the first session.
I believe in God. Only I spell it nature. This phrase, attributed to Frank Lloyd Wright, the great American architect, encapsulates the modern-day dichotomy between the physical and the metaphysical aspects of nature and belief. What role did nature play in the history of Jerusalem? Was it its environment that shaped this great city as a spiritual and cultural center, or was it man who intentionally shaped the landscape to feed a cultural and spiritual narrative? And to take this notion one step further, can we clearly distinguish between these two forces, or is their impact internally intertwined within the palimpsest processes of landscape? Jerusalem encompasses an entire universe within itself, one to which both natural and supernatural forces apply. The summit, the slope, and the deep valleys are all part of the same organism, both natural and supernatural at the same time. But also they differentiate between the earthly, the divine, and the abominable. The liminal location of Jerusalem, just east of the watershed, between the steppe and the forest, between the desert and the Son, translates into a spiritual intermediation with the divine, where the navel of earth connects all creations to the creator. This link, an umbilical cord of humankind without which no life may exist, travels throughout the ground of Jerusalem. The city, the mountain, the Gihon spring, and the soil are in fact a single organism, simultaneously natural and supernatural, and a central aspect of local cosmologies throughout the ages. The goal of this session is to attempt to decipher the ways in which the environment shaped Jerusalem. Or perhaps, as will be outlined in the following 4 lectures, it is the other way around. Is it Jerusalem and its people, flesh and blood, which intentionally shaped the surrounding landscape and environments, and at the same time shaped the way the city was perceived? Throughout the history of Jerusalem, almost every aspect of its natural environment has been harnessed in favor of an idea. Its topography artificially reshaped, time and time again. Its waters redirected and enclosed. Its vegetation altered, and its soil moved. The renewed sculpted landscape forms the foundation of the supernatural aspect of Jerusalem, the power of humanity. We asked our first speaker, Dr. Daphne Langut of Tel Aviv University, to address the question of the vegetal surrounding of Jerusalem, its symbolism, and the scope of human intention in its shaping. We asked our second speaker, Dr. Joe Ziel of Israel Antiquity Authority, to address the enigma of the possible symbolic or spiritual nature of the Gihon Spring and its impact on city development. Following this, Nachshon Zanton of the Israel Antiquity Authority and a PhD candidate at Tel Aviv University will reflect on the ever-changing topography of the city and address the question of mobility and memory. And finally, we asked Dr. Netta Bodner of the Israel Open University to share her insights into the documentation and preservation of spiritual attributes within the city's soil itself, even when it's removed from its context and original location. The session discussion will be conducted by Yuval Portugali, Professor of Human Geography at the Department of Geography and the Human Environment at Tel Aviv University, Head of the Environment Simulation Laboratory and City Center, the Tel Aviv University Center for Cities and Urbanism. I wish us all a stimulating session and welcome the first speaker, Dr. Daphne Langut, Head of the Laboratory of Archaeobotany and Ancient Environments at Tel Aviv University.
I'm happy to open what seems to be a fascinating conference, and I hope that by next time we meet, it would be face-to-face. As was just beautifully presented by Helena, the natural environment of Jerusalem was shaped intensively by humans, especially during the last several millennia, mainly due to grazing and agricultural activities. However, I would like to focus on a less familiar phenomenon in the area of Jerusalem, when the natural environment was transformed into a cultural environment due to other forces, not necessarily related to food production, but to political issues and cultural influence. And by that I mean to elite or unique ornamental gardens, which have been recently studied in the area of Jerusalem, mainly based on the identification of botanical remains. But a moment before the presentation of these unique ornamental gardens, let's have a look together at the natural environment in the vicinity of Jerusalem. The city is located on the border between the Mediterranean vegetation zone and the traditional semi-arid vegetation zone characterized by a mixed vegetation cover composed of Mediterranean elements and Irano-Turanian steppe plants. Today, the immediate surroundings of the site of ancient Jerusalem are characterized by inhospitable, rocky terrain, and it seems that similar conditions typify the region in the past, as very few archaeological sites of any kind or from any period have been uncovered in this area. The site of ancient Jerusalem is adjacent to the watershed on its eastern side at the fringe of the Judean desert. The hilly area located immediately to the east of the city was used primarily for herding. By contrast, the area west of Jerusalem, which is covered by Mediterranean vegetation, is dominated by two major valleys, the Sorek and the Rephaim valleys, which together with their tributaries served as the breadbasket of ancient Jerusalem. The ornamental gardens, which will be presented today, are located in the city and its environs, both in the greener western surroundings, as well as in the more harsh environment located to the east. The gardens will be presented based on their chronology. Let's begin with the oldest one, the suggested Middle Bronze Garden identified at Manhat. The site was excavated by Shua Kisilevich from the Israel Antiquity Authority, and the information was published in 2017. The site is located at the Rephaim Valley in front of the Biblical Zoo. Here, an intermediate and Middle Bronze Age II cemetery comprised of 67 rock-cut shaft tombs were identified. I would like to focus on the findings from tomb number 7, which is the only sealed tomb with both intact vessels and osteological remains, which was fully excavated. The most surprising remains were discovered in a storage jar that was deliberately cut in half. Dr. Lior Weisbrod identified 135 specimens of decapitated green toads. Samples collected from this vessel, as well as from another ceramic container for pollen investigation, point to the presence of a unique palynological spectrum, which included, in addition to the local olive and pine trees, also pollen of myrtle, which is native only to northern Israel. Since myrtle is an insect-pollinated plant, it is characterized by low pollen dispersal efficiency. Therefore, it is suggested here that myrtle grew nearby. Pollen of date palm was also identified. The native date palm grows in habitats characterized by high temperatures, rainless summers, and very low humidity, which is important for the ripening of the tree. Date horticulture in Israel is located in the Jordan Valley. The occurrence of date palm pollen in relatively high quantities within the vessels may indicate cultivation of these trees nearby. Since the tree does not bear fruit in the Mediterranean climate of the Judean mountains because of the low temperatures, other reasons for its cultivation should be considered. In Egyptian wall painting dated to about 1500 BC, date palms are depicted in funerary garden. In antiquity, date palms symbolized fertility and perhaps the regeneration of life. A Spanish archaeological mission has recently unearthed a unique funerary garden among the early 18th dynasty rock-cut tomb. A bowl containing dates and other fruits was among the garden finds. However, a detailed botanical investigation has not been published yet, so a suggested reconstruction is unfortunately not available. The palynological evidence of Manhat may suggest the presence of a funerary garden comprised of date palms, olives, myrtle, and pines, located in the hub of the cemetery itself. Such plants and such a garden would have been filled with recognized meaning that would have played out in Middle Bronze Age funerary rituals, probably as a result of Egyptian cultural influence. Moving to the 7th century BC. A few months ago, I was lucky to expose evidence for the occurrence of a lavish fruit tree garden at Armon HaNatziv. During 2019, a salvage excavation was conducted at the site under the direction of Yaakov Bilin. The excavation exposed an estate with extraordinary architectural elements, such as the decorated stone capitals and window balustrades. The view from the site to the old city of Jerusalem is breathtaking. Pollen recovered from the sediments of the site enabled me to reconstruct the exact components of the plants which were grown adjacent to this magnificent estate. The palynological spectrum which was recovered from this lavish fruit tree garden dated to the 7th century BC, when the region was under the rule of the Assyrian, is not surprising, since exactly the same botanical components are depicted in Assyrian reliefs and are mentioned in relevant texts. It is interesting to note that some plants that are depicted in the reliefs were most probably imported from the territories which had been conquered by the Assyrian. For example, grapes are not native to the hub of the empire, today Iraq, and may have been imported possibly even from the Levantine region. This is the first time, to the best of my knowledge, that botanical information about Assyrian gardens from artistic and textual evidence has been corroborated by archaeobotanical evidence. The golden age in Assyrian gardening began in the first half of the 8th century BC and continued to flourish through the 7th and 6th centuries. The prestigious garden of Armon HaNatziv is therefore contemporaneous with the flourishing period of elite Assyrian gardens. And now moving several centuries forward, when our region was under the hegemony of the Persian Empire, Here at Ramat Rachel, a renewed excavation conducted by Professor Oded Lifshitz and Professor Yuval Gadot exposed a royal garden adjacent to this beautiful edifice. The garden was exposed based on the presence of several structures such as pools, tunnels, and a garden soil. I tried to extract botanical remains from this garden soil that was brought to the site from elsewhere. Unfortunately, no botanical remains have been preserved. And then we came up with an idea that maybe we can try to extract pollen from the plaster of the different structures which are present in the garden. And if one of the plaster layers was ever renewed when the garden was in its blooming, then the pollen grains which have been traveled in the air could have been trapped within the wet plaster. So we took many samples, and indeed one plaster layer was very successful, and we were able to identify pollen of grape, myrtle. Both are insect pollinated and therefore characterized by low pollen dispersal efficiency and certainly grew within the garden. Some trees and plants which require irrigation, such as willow, fig, poplar, and some aquatic plants like water lilies. And in addition, some trees which are not native to the Israeli flora and were brought from afar, like the Persian walnut, the cedar of Lebanon, birch, and also citron, marking its first appearance in ancient Israel. Citron, as well as other citrus species, are not native to our region. They originate in the Far East, in the foothills of the Himalaya, and they were brought most probably by the Persian to Persia, and from there to Ramat Rachel. It is assumed that the representative of the Persian Empire sat at Ramat Rachel, and he was the owner of this beautiful royal garden. And from Ramat Rachel, the idea of using citron as an exotic tree in elite garden spread around the Mediterranean. Later on, during the 2nd century BC, we find evidence, botanical evidence of citron in Pompeii and also in Rome. And also, we can consider the penetration of the citron slowly into Judaism as one of the 4 species that we use in the Feast of Tabernacles, Sukkot. And this beautiful reconstruction was prepared by Nirit Kedem, and she also participated in the excavation of this garden. Moving several centuries forward to the early Roman period, when ancient Judea was ruled by the Roman king Herod the Great. Herod, known as the greatest builder in ancient Jewish history, was responsible for colossal building projects such as the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Since it is not possible to dig here, we can only learn about Herod's magnificent garden from the beautiful text of Josephus. Here is a suggested reconstruction based on this text, drawn by Yaniv Korman, an MA student at Cornell University, under the supervision of Professor Catherine Gleason and myself. But maybe more important is not what can be seen within the city of Jerusalem, but also what is visible from the city. Standing in Jerusalem, looking southward, this is the view that can be seen, the striking monument built on the artificial conical hill of Herodium, situated on the threshold of the Judean desert, located 14 kilometers south of Jerusalem. The site was designed both as a palace and as Herod's burial monument. The importance of Herodium to Herod is manifest by the fact that it was the only site that was named after him. But the question, why he decided to be buried in the middle of the slope and not at the palace on top of the hill, for example, is still an enigma. But maybe the garden around the tomb may reveal the answer. Archaeological excavations directed by the late Professor Ehud Netzer and by Roy Porat from the Hebrew University uncovered that the surroundings of Herod burial monument were designed as a terraced garden with a thick brown black soil brought from afar. Recently, I was able to discover the plants which Herod chose to grow in this tomb garden based on the extraction of botanical remains from sediments which were collected from the garden soil and from the bottom of an irrigation pool and its lead pipe. Unfortunately, the most preserved terrace is located today under the visitors' walkway. I have managed to receive a one-day permission from the Israel Natural and Park Authority to conduct a small-scale excavation below this walkway. We have collected charcoal remains and sediment samples for pollen analysis. The results indicate the presence of local evergreen trees and shrubs, such as cypress, pine, olive, date palm, and rose. The location of this lush garden in this arid landscape demonstrated to visitors Herod's power and affluence, not only in ruling his subjects, but also in controlling the environment by sustaining plants not in their natural habitat. The use of evergreen trees as the main components of the garden, contrasting with the whitish slopes of the imposing artificial conical hill, contribute to its visibility from afar, including from Jerusalem, probably aiming to manifest power, devotion, and awe. To sum up, we can see by looking at these ornamental gardens, the movement of flora. Usually plants move around the globe as cash crops. And here we have several examples how plants have been shifted from one location to another as an elite products. We've seen that the gardens, the ornamental gardens in Jerusalem, used a lot the local plants. But in addition, we've seen that some plants have been imported. For example, the date palm, which appear almost in all of the gardens that we have seen in Jerusalem. Date palm usually grow in the Jordan Valley, and when it is being cultivated in the Judean mountains, it does not bear fruit because of the low temperatures. That means that it was cultivated in the elite gardens of Jerusalem due to other reasons, maybe symbolic reasons. We've seen the importation of citron from the Far East on this east-west axis by the Persian Empire. And on the other direction, the west-east axis, we have seen Herod the Great, which brought hazelnut to our region. We can see also the periphery of those empires influencing the hub of the empires. For example, we've seen grapes cultivated in Nineveh, the Assyrian Empire, and we have evidence, both textual and artistic evidence, that date palms and oriental plane were brought to Rome, maybe from our region. So to sum up, we can see that the gardens were used not only because of their prestigious and beautifulness and so on, but also for political reasons, for propaganda. Most of these gardens are located in the semi-arid environment. The plants needed irrigation. The gardeners needed knowledge about how to sustain plants, not in their natural habitats. So all in all, we can see the garden as a tool for the owner of the garden to show that he can control not only his citizens, but he can also control nature and shape it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Daphna Landgut, for this fantastic presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Joe Ziel of the Israel Antiquity Authority, with his talk titled Like a Cave Over Holy Waters, Cultic Practices Surrounding Jerusalem's Spring Waters.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to take part in the annual Yohanan Aharoni conference. The organizers of the conference, as you all can see in the program, have signaled out numerous forces or factors which help make Jerusalem, Jerusalem. When thinking about such factors, I would hardly be alone in thinking of water as one of those forces. And in the case of Jerusalem, particularly in its early stages, one specific source stands out. In the following lecture, I will explore the role that the Gihon spring had in the shaping of Jerusalem. While certainly not the only water available to its population, for example, one can note the many water cisterns on the Temple Mount itself. The gushing waters of the spring, which can be heard screaming as one approaches the cave, were one of the forces, the first such force, which shaped Jerusalem. There will be three main points which I would like to touch upon in the next few minutes. The impact the Gihon spring had on the initial settlement and its growth. As will be suggested here, the spring should be seen as the impetus of the human occupation of Jerusalem prior to the Iron Age too. The distinction between the political and economic importance of the spring will be made. The spring was a force with extreme significance as what is largely the only natural resource of the site, yet not a cultic focal point until later on in the Hasmonean, Roman, and Byzantine periods. Returning to the spring as the primary force behind the formation of the settlement, I will suggest that its movement is what facilitated the movement and growth of the settlement in the Iron Age too. The spring, located at the foot of the southeastern hill, i.e. the city of David, emanates from a natural cave with an output of roughly 800,000 cubic meters per year, although hydrological studies such as the work conducted by Ben Ami Amiel have suggested this figure may be even larger. The spring's intensity is considerably more significant than other springs in the region. One can note, for example, Ein Khania and Setaf, significant springs that were exploited, whose discharge is less than 25% of the Gihon's. Quite telling is Ami Mazar's estimation of the springs which fed the aqueducts that supplied Jerusalem water in the Second Temple period and beyond. According to data from the 1920s, Mazar estimates that in periods where the mean rainfall was above 500 millimeters per year, these springs together would have discharged roughly 500,000 cubic meters, still less than the Gihon spring. The spring waters, if collected and channeled properly, could therefore likely sustain the population of Jerusalem in the pre-Roman era when water was used more scarcely. Evidence for human activity in the vicinity of the spring dates back to the Epipaleolithic period, according to finds discovered in excavations conducted by Reich and Shukrun and published by Hamoudi Khalaila, who will speak later on. These finds are of importance in understanding what drew people to settle Jerusalem. The prehistoric finds found scattered in the vicinity of the spring indicate that the spring drew people to it in order to utilize its waters. The earliest architecture in Jerusalem was uncovered in Shiloh's excavations of Area E, marked with the orange dot on the slide, also in proximity to the spring, marked with the blue dot. This settlement further developed and grew, with the earliest archaeological evidence of public architecture also confined to the area around the spring, occupying the area to the south of the spring and eventually climbing the slope towards the summit of the hill. At this point, it is important to reflect upon the proposed relocation of the Bronze and early Iron Age settlement of Jerusalem to the Temple Mount, as opposed to the southeastern hill. In their proposal, Finkelstein, Koch, and Lifshitz suggest that the data of the extensively excavated city of David does not allow for the reconstruction of the expected city of Jerusalem, which should therefore be positioned on the Temple Mount, with the expansion to both the city of David and the Western Hill occurring in the Iron Age too. While this may be difficult to disprove without extensive evidence from the Temple Mount, which is not available, I believe that the evidence from the excavations in the city of David does provide us with the ability of placing on our finger on the core of the settlement at the spring and its growth and expansion from that point. The permanent settlement, which began in the early Bronze Age, grew steadily but modestly in the Middle Bronze Age. In this light, perhaps a slightly different view of what Jerusalem was in this period should be adapted. In a recent lecture, Helena Roth and I suggested that Jerusalem may not have been a major urban center in the Middle Bronze Age, but rather a complex, economically advantageous village or a small town. This is based on the archaeological evidence, which shows a certain level of economic and social complexity, including public architecture. For example, the support wall constructed in Area E. These elements are, however, also present in several other villages excavated in the vicinity. The one outstanding element in Jerusalem's landscape that was dated to the Middle Bronze Age, namely the fortifications surrounding the spring, have recently been redated to the 9th century BCE. In this sense, there is little to suggest that there is a need to search for a large urban center in Jerusalem at the time. Therefore, the remains in the city of David do represent the earliest settlement in town in Jerusalem, beginning in the early Bronze Age and growing in the Middle Bronze Age until reaching its peak in the late Iron Age. This growth eventually led to the fortification and manipulation of the spring through water channels and tunnels in the Iron Age too. The spring was an environmental force that was both the catalyst and force which dictated Jerusalem's settlement and likely even served as an economic force that facilitated its growth. It gave the city its own resources that could be used for purpose of sustenance. The various fortifications, tunnels, and channels constructed to control the flow of water were likely not only an attempt to protect this resource, but a symbol of power led by the ruling class who manipulated and granted access to it. The importance of the spring may be reflected upon in the description of the anointment of Solomon in 1 Kings chapter 1, which occurred at the Gihon. Without delving into the historicity of the account, the importance of beginning the ceremony at the Gihon is an indication of its political and economic importance to the monarchy as a source of the city's sustenance and likely enough additional water which could be used for other purposes such as agriculture and production. In contrast to its economic and political force, to date, no outstanding cultic finds, architectural or small finds, were found in the vicinity of the spring. The closest possible cultic contexts are located halfway up the slope in the rock-cut rooms and Kenyon's Cave 1, which is suggested by Nachshon Zanton may be interconnected. However, beyond the calling into question of the cultic nature of these contexts as outstanding by several scholars, there is no physical connection between these elements and the spring. In fact, the fortified passage, in essence, disconnects them, creating a barrier between them and the spring. Furthermore, the remains of the rock-cut rooms suggest a relationship to agricultural production. This is not surprising when considering other Bronze and Iron Age cultic contexts in the southern Levant. Rarely are water sources the focal point of cultic activity, although one such case is the Jordan River, which Ido Koch has recently suggested was a focal point of cult. More often, however, although not exclusively, topography plays an important role in determining the sacred landscape, with the high points of sites housing the primary cultic contexts. Such is the case with Shechem as well as Jerusalem. It is important in this light to note that although Jerusalem of later periods spreads to the Western Hill, which is higher than the Temple Mount, this was likely preceded by the sanctification of the Temple Mount in earlier periods when it was the highest point in the settlement. Therefore, when considering the effects of physical attributes of Jerusalem, it was the topography that played a major role in the creation of the sacred landscape, not the water source. This may be further reflected in the biblical text, which often links ascent with places of worship, particularly but not limited to the Temple Mount. For example, when examining the religious reforms undertaken by Josiah, described in detail in 2 Kings 23, there does not seem to be any mention of cultic installations at the spring or the Siloam pool, rather mostly in the high places in and around Jerusalem. The disposal of the ashes in the Kidron, Jerusalem's low ground, may have been a symbolic contrast. Whereas the holy was located on the high ground, the ashes of the fake gods were disposed of on the low ground. It seems that the spring waters only became holy at a later stage, likely beginning in the Hasmonean period, when the waters were no longer a critical force in the sustenance of Jerusalem's inhabitants. At this time, the spring waters flowed to the south through the Siloam tunnel with little access to the spring itself, and were largely replaced by the waters flowing towards Jerusalem's upper areas in one and later two aqueducts, which fed not only the temple, but the upper city as well. However, the memory of the importance of these waters in shaping Jerusalem remained. It is at this point in time where the waters were given a new meaning of holy waters. At this time, they were not found in the spring, rather collected in the large pool at the southern end of the city, an additional religious node connected with the ritual processions revolving around the pilgrimage in the city. This holy water continued to be of religious importance in subsequent periods, with the rise of pilgrimage and procession between the southern gates of the city, the Siloam pool, and the temple in the early Roman period. In addition to the spring waters, it is worth noting the use of water in an extensive manner in specific installations, ritual baths, which became very common in both the domestic and public sphere. While these were mostly fed with water from sources other than the spring, the ritual baths seem to indicate the extensive use of water within the religious realm. The concepts of purification were certainly attributed to water in other cultural contexts. However, the distribution of specific installations throughout the city seemed to stress the importance of purification rituals, and therein water in Second Temple period Jerusalem. Returning to the spring, the religious importance of its waters are referred to in many texts. An exhaustive survey of these texts is beyond the scope of the current lecture, although I will mention just a couple. Josephus notes that during the time of the Roman siege of Jerusalem, the Siloam pool had dried due to the sins of the people. Several descriptions in the New Testament refer to the healing qualities of the water as well, most notably the miracle of the healing of the blind man described in John chapter 9. During the Second Temple period, it appears that the point of origin of the spring also gained some religious importance, becoming a cave over holy waters, with the apparent construction of a ritual bath and vault at the origin point of the spring, described in detail in the upcoming volume by Reich and Shukron. This also continued in later periods with the construction of religious buildings surrounding the Siloam pool in the late Roman and Byzantine period, particularly the Siloam church. Interestingly, this also continues in later periods, as noted in the mihrab installed next to the spring, which was once again open and accessed. Returning to the impact of the spring on Jerusalem in earlier periods, the finds of the Iron Age 2-3 stand out in highlighting the importance the spring waters and their control and manipulation had in the eyes of the population of Jerusalem. The most famous of these projects is the Siloam Tunnel. Although it clearly does not stand alone, one can note Warren's shaft system, the fortifications built to protect the source noted above, and several other water channels, including Channel 2. The dating of Channel 2, its function, purpose, and sections have been extensively debated, as most things in Jerusalem. Without going into all the various claims and pitfalls, in its final form, the channel did a lot of what the Siloam Tunnel did, moving the waters from the cave of the spring to the south of the city, where it likely filled a pool, although the remains of the pool were not found. While the purple line on the map on the right reconstructs the continuation of the channel to the edge of the Siloam Tunnel and where the Byzantine pool of Siloam is located, the outlet may have been closer to the location of the early Roman pool, as seen in the rock scarp above the pool. The dating of the channel certainly predates the Siloam Tunnel, which rendered it obsolete, while its northern portion has been dated to the Middle Bronze Age, and here may be the place to consider that the dating of the spring to the spring tower to the 9th century BCE may also move Channel 2. Its southern rock-carved portion likely dates to the Iron Age too, although once again prior to the Silwam Tunnel. However, predating the movement of the waters towards the southern tip of the city likely once again can be related to the location and development of the settlement. Often, the movement of the waters to the south have been linked with the expansion of the city to the western hill in the 8th century BCE, through the construction of the Silwam Tunnel. In this sense, the development of the settlement would have led to the need to move the waters to a more central, accessible, and defendable location at the southern tip of the city. However, if one considers that the waters had already been moved via Channel 2 to a southerly point, then one can envision a different scenario. It was not the expansion of the settlement which led to the movement of the waters. Rather, the movement of the water occurred prior to the expansion of the settlement on the Western Hill, when Channel 2 brought the waters to the southern tip of the city. Furthermore, the creation of two locales of water collection, the spring and the Silwam Pool, facilitated the settlement of expansive areas on both of Jerusalem's hills. The accessible water source at the southern tip of the city, which could have easily have been reached by following the Central Valley, allowed the necessary access to the water for the settlement on the Western Hill. At the same time, the southeastern hill still had access to the waters, either within the compound of the Spring Tower or through Warren's shaft system. Therefore, it was the water that brought the settlement and not the settlement that brought the water. To conclude, water was the force that shaped Jerusalem, but it was not just any water, but a source of water that gushed from the rock within a cave, the sounds of which could be heard from a distance. These waters drew Jerusalem's earliest settlers, provided a natural resource that allowed for economic growth and eventually urban complexity. Its manipulation through channels and tunnels allowed for the expansion of the city to new areas, while also providing a display of power for the ruling class. The manipulation of more distant water sources in the Hasmonean and Roman periods allowed the importance of the spring to evolve and inherit religious importance, spreading to other waters as well, which filled religious installations, i.e. ritual baths, which dotted the cityscape. Therefore, while the spring was the driving force in the forming of Jerusalem as a settlement and a large city in the Iron Age too, covering the area of both hilltops, I suggest it was not one of the religious forces that shaped the city of Jerusalem in its early days. The religious forces were mostly located on high ground, particularly on the Temple Mount, while the physical forces that shaped Jerusalem were on much lower ground, down at the Kidron, and as will be shortly shown by Nachshon Zanton in the Central Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joe Ziel. I now welcome Nachshon Zanton of the Israel Antiquity Authority with his lecture titled, Though I Walk Through the Valley of the Shadow of Death, Mobility and Memory Along the Tirporan Valley Before and After 70 CE.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to take part in this conference, and also Joe Ziel for sparing me the introduction to the Gihon Spring and the Silwam Pool. The physical environment influences the urban development and design of settlements. The topographical environment of the Tirporan Valley in Jerusalem can be an example for it. The influence is demonstrated in parallel and sometimes in contrast to the actual and architectural changes that have taken place in the city. These developments were mainly based on two characteristics, movement and memory. In this lecture, I will discuss several cases that demonstrate the impact of movement and memory on the urban development of Jerusalem, especially during the transition between the destruction of the city in 70 CE and its re-establishment as a Roman colony around 130 CE. The artificial canalization of the water from the Gihon Spring through the Siloam Tunnel to the southern end of the Teiropoion Valley has made this area one of the most important points in the city for generations. The location of the new water outlet, later to be called the Siloam Pool, dictated the use of the southern route of the Teiropoion Valley. The importance of the valley gained significant momentum with the construction of the Temple Mount from the Iron Age II to the 1st century CE, also known as the Roman Procurators period. The Teiropoion Valley flows from north to south for a distance of about 1.5 kilometers. The drainage basin of the Teiropoion was the longest and most significant of all the basins that crossed the city. The southern part of the valley is narrow and steep, which expands and moderates more and more as it rises towards the north. As part of the description of Jerusalem, Josephus outlined the Teiropoion on the one hand as a valley that divides the hill from the upper city from that of the lower, and on the other hand as a valley that linked the terrace structures on the slopes that flanked it. Just a minute. From this description, it is clear that the valley is known for its importance in the design and perception of the urban space of Jerusalem on the eve of the first revolt. Although Josephus does not mention anything about the street that in the center of the valley, the archaeological evidence shows that a monumental street was built there in the 1st century CE, which led from the city gate near the Siloam Pool to the gates of the Temple Mount. The route of the valley in relation to urban space of Jerusalem was of great importance, as it crossed it to its full length and therefore was also the only way that passed throughout all three parts of the city bounded by the first, second, and third wall. Each fortification line in any period that included the settlement on the western hill had to cross the Teiropoion Valley, which led to the construction of the city gates at these crossing points. In addition to the archaeological and topographical features, the Temple Mount should also be mentioned. This compound stood directly to the east and above the center of the Teiropoion and concentrated to it the human movement whose peak occurred during the holidays. The Mishnah movement, the massive movement of pilgrimages had a ceremonial significance that took place mainly throughout the street of the Teiropoion Valley. In our times, as in the past, one of the first places in urban space which return for use after destruction are the streets, though of course not all of them. After the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE and until the foundation of the Roman colony, there was some continuity in the use of the southern part of the Teiropoion Valley. This continuity was based on the one hand on the topographical structure and the architectural element in it, and on the other hand, on the human movement to the water source in the Siloam Pool. With the fall of the city, the main glorious and ceremonial street in the Teiropoion was abandoned. Despite this, thanks to the location of the important water source in the Siloam Pool, the local population, refugees and legionaries alike, was forced to make the way throughout the ruins of the city and down the valley towards the water. It should be noted that although before the destruction, two important aqueducts fed the city, it seems that these water sources were cut off during the siege. We know that the aqueducts were rebuilt by the Roman legions, but it seems that this action took place only after the founding of the colony in the 2nd century CE. The most stable and important water source in the city was and remained the Siloam Spring. Beyond the importance of the Siloam Pool, in everyday life, it is possible that the construction of the Roman tetranymphaeum at the pool site preserved the memory of ceremonial importance of this place before the destruction of the city. In the Mishnah, the Siloam pool is mentioned as a source from which the water was pumped during the celebration of the Simchat Bet HaShoeva at the end of the Sukkot holiday. The water was then brought from the pool to the temple as a libation sacrifice. Based on the archaeological finds, it appears that the city's reconstruction after 70 CE was liberated to some extent from the Temple Mount. Today we know that already during the 2nd century, there were military and civilian construction west of the Temple Mount and in the central and moderate part of the Teutopoian Valley. Between these 2 points, which means between the water and the recovering settlement in the center of the Teutopoian, passed one line that topographically had to pass down the southern part of the valley. Archaeological excavations conducted in recent years indicates that a step street rose from the Siloam pool area, connecting it to the main street and integrate into a large paved square from which other secondary streets also branched out. After the destruction of 70 CE, this area was adapted to new needs. The collapses and ruins evacuate from the square, while in its southern part, a large public building was built. It is important to emphasize that the removing of the ruins did not include the remains of the main street of the 1st century CE, but rather the square and one of the secondary and smaller street that emerged from the square. This secondary street ascended the western slope of the Teutopoian Valley in a northwesterly direction towards Mount Zion. The role of the large structure erected in the square can be assumed to preserve the source of the water that flowed beneath it, as well as the population that consumed it, and was found at this stage of the city away from the recovering urban center. The removal of the ruins and the reuse of the secondary street appear to be in line with the future location of the city's eastern corridor. The eastern corridor from the days of Ilia Capitolina was unveiled in several places in the past, and big portion of it also excavated several years ago. It was built on a straight axis from north to south in the west part of the Teutopoian Valley, away from the western wall. The northern end of the eastern corridor reached as far as Damascus Gate, but the southern end of it has not yet been exposed. Okay. Given the description of this area in the Madaba map, it appears that it did not continue south into the valley, but connected to a staircase. This step street is diagonal to the corridor and leans toward the Teutopoian Valley, but unfortunately, this area on the map was damaged and the Siloam area was not preserved. Between the street description from the Madaba map and the remains of the street near the square, one street can be restored. This restoration has been proposed in the past and well accepted in the research, also in light of the description of the pilgrims indicating a stairway that ascended along the valley from the Siloam pool to the city. The remains of the step street from the 1st century CE was evacuated and used only in part for the needs of traffic to the water source. This route, which in the not so distant past served only as a secondary route, became after the destruction the permanent road descending into the water and therefore determining the location of the eastern corridor that was built several years later with the funding of the Roman colony. The continuity of the secondary and unimportant street of the ruined city precisely in this place influenced the planning and location of the Roman corridor. It seems that the restoration of the street precisely in the Roman corridor route and not in the main route that predates it indicate the rejection of the main street from the 1st century CE, including what it symbolized in the past. This shift indicates a change in the urban planning and gravity of the new colony. Thus, the memory and continuity of the secondary and ancient route that descended from the city to the water while rejecting the main earlier street shaped both the new urban plan and also the state of mind of its inhabitants. Having seen the elements of memory and movement were manifested in the transition between the destruction of the city and its restoration in the days of Emperor Hadrian, one must ask whether they can also be found in one form or another in the northern part of the Teutopoion Valley. In addition to comparing the topographical and archaeological finds already discussed in the research, one can also add the aspects of movement and memory. Just a minute. Okay. According to Josephus, the first battle, as well as the first failure and success of the Roman in conquest of Jerusalem, took place in the northern part of the Teutopoion and concerning the roads that ran along with it and outside its gates. The research in recent years has progressed in light of the archaeological excavations in northern Jerusalem, from which we got the remains of a dedication inscription to Emperor Hadrian. Two fragments of the inscription were uncovered in the area of Nablus Street. The compilation of the full inscription indicates that a monument was dedicated in this area to Emperor Hadrian in 130 CE. Extraordinarily, the 10th Legion is noted as having dedicated the structure in honor of the emperor. Very few inscriptions of this type mention the Roman army units as dedicators of monuments in honor of the emperors, and therefore its existence affects the restoration of other inscriptions, such as the inscription from Tel Shalem near the Jordan River. Choosing a site for the construction of a monument naturally requires an aspect of public visibility and is not accidental. Beyond public visibility, the environment itself can also have a symbolic significance that shapes the collective memory of an event that took place in it. In this way, for example, in 49 CE, a triumphal arch was erected in honor of Claudius Caesar on the shores of Bussuriacum, which was the starting point for the emperor's military campaign to conquer Britain. The largest Latin inscription found so far in Israel was unveiled near the Roman base camp of the 6th Legion Ferrate in Tel Shalem, south of Bet She'an. Werner Eck believed that its existence on this site should be understood as evidence of victory in a significant battle that took place in the area where the inscription was uncovered during the Bar Kokhba revolt. This proposal connects a particular event to a particular place, but still does not resolve the gap between the size and importance of the inscription and its location near the far and solitary army camp in the Tel Shalem. Menachem again suggested a different reconstruction and interpretation of this inscription, and I share his opinion that understanding the movement of the emperor's journey is important for understanding the location of the inscription. Hence, in short, the choice of the exact location of memorial structures and or monumental inscriptions in honor of the emperors are carefully selected. From these examples, one can learn about three main characteristics: human movement, event related to Roman military battlefields, geographical landmark that have a symbolic value. In light of these distinctions, we will now return to the dedicated Roman inscription that was found in Nablus Street on the northern part of ancient Jerusalem. The Latin inscription was located right next to the remains of the third wall, and probably also its gate. In my opinion, this is not a coincidence. we should consider the possibility that the choice of erecting the monument in the view of the ruins of the city wall from 70 CE may be intended to remind and commemorate one of the most important battlefields of the 10th Legion in the occupation of Jerusalem. Josephus' description indicates that this place was the first battle on the city for the legion soldiers and Titus himself. In addition to this description, the first siege and the first failure of the legions were held here, for which Titus soldiers were almost executed under military law. On the other hand, it was also the first breaking point of the city wall that led to the opening of the gates and the access of the entire corps to the city. Although the gates themselves have not yet been exposed, it seems that we should identify them at the meeting point between the route of the third wall and the historic Nablus Road, where, as stated, the Latin inscription was found. This place, in retrospect, after 70 CE, may symbolize the beginning of the end for the 10th Legion. Between the conquest of Jerusalem in 70 CE and the visit of the Emperor Hadrian in 130 CE, there is a gap of 16 years. It was during this period that the city began to recover, while the 10th Legion camp was located and established within it. The monument and inscription are meant to glorify and honor the emperor, but I wish to add that by doing so precisely in this position, they actually mentioned also their own military achievements. In this lecture, the various parts of the Tyropoeon Valley were discussed in relation to elements of movement and memory associated with the transition between the destruction of Jerusalem and the foundation of Ilia Capitolina. It seems that while these aspects related to movement and memory in the southern part of the Tyropoeon descending route to the Siloam water can be characterized as useful and forgettable, the same elements of movement and memory in the northern part of the valley related to architecture may be characterized as symbolic and reminiscent. In both cases, the environmental structure and the streets of the ancient city served as the basis for the design of the collective memory and the urban space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nachshon Zanton. For our fourth and final lecture of the session, I welcome Dr. Netta Bodner, originally from the Hebrew University and now currently from the Israel Open University, with her talk, Ashes to Ashes, Dust to Dust, Transfer of Sacred Soil from Jerusalem to Cemeteries in Europe.
Thank you. I first want to really thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this wonderful conference. It's really a joy, a pleasure, and an honor. And I thank you for taking a moment to get an art historian's point of view. I feel a bit like a different person in the room. I'm giving a very small perspective. It's a single case study from a different methodological point of view, as aforementioned. But I think it goes to the wider question of natural materials of Jerusalem and the visual translation of place. And that's where my talk ties into the masterful introduction that Helena had for the overarching topic of the conference and of this session. So the story that I want to tell begins behind this inconspicuous long wall. It's a cemetery known as the Campo Santo, to which earth was supposedly bought from Jerusalem in the 12th or the early 13th century and placed here at the center of the enclosure, right at the heart of the cathedral square in the city of Pisa in Italy. The legends of its soil from Jerusalem is tracked in detail in a volume that saw light in late 2020, so it came out just 2 months ago, edited by Michele Bacci, David Gantz, and Rahel Meyer, in which I have a contribution about the wider piazza. Today, I want to talk about one of the sites that's found in the sources for the soil in written accounts, and that's Akildama in Jerusalem. The open-air burial ground of Akildama and the later enclosed cemetery are situated in the valley of Hinnom, between Jerusalem's Cinematheque and the village of Silwan. Maybe easier to see it here. Remains of a medieval burial structure can still be seen at the site, albeit in highly damaged form. Something of the more complete structure can be deduced from images, such as this one in Santa Maria degli Angeli in Lugano in Switzerland, and I'll be following the talk with images such as this. The building may be marginal in vistas of Jerusalem, but its stable presence in art and written accounts attests to long living tradition regarding the sanctity of the biblical sites of Jerusalem, which is worthwhile laying out, and which is the aim of the following paper. So in the following, I wish to present some of the Christian associations regarding Akildama in Jerusalem. I want to discuss the mechanisms of sanctification of its soil, and I want to show how the earth was perceived to remain sacred when transferred across continents and centuries. Finally, I want to map out various networks of connections that the earth facilitated in the bridge between Jerusalem and other locales. So we're going to be jumping a little bit between Pisa, Rome, and Jerusalem, but it's all to come back to the same source. I've tried to keep the discussion directly connected with the topic of the conference, looking at the forces that shaped the formation of this holy site and continued influenced it over time, focusing on earth, faith, and people. But if you're interested in a broader discussion of the function of the burial structure at Akildama, of different terms used to it from the Middle Ages onwards, and of dating of the built edifice, please do see a recent publication by Amit Raem on the medieval burial structure at Akildama, reflections on terminology and dating, and some new insights in light of the archaeological and the written evidence, which was published on a volume on a new research in archaeology of Jerusalem and its environs in 2018. For my purposes, I first returned to Pisa, where I began. David Gantz has suggested that the term Campo Santo originated in the name for Pisa's cemetery, but was used from the 14th century onwards as a synonym for the Jerusalem compound. Akildama is called Campo Santo in the Cominelli map of Jerusalem and in written travel accounts, such as that by Noe Bianchi, which is what you see here. You see Akildama labeled as the Camposanti Jerusalemitano. Marcheta Viz has found that the term Campo Santo, or a German counterpart, Gottes Akel, appears only in two contexts. One is the sacred site of Akildama itself, and the second are cemeteries in Europe which trace their soil to it. This etymologically is decidedly surprising. Akildama means field of blood in Aramaic, seemingly quite the opposite of Campo Santo, which means sacred field. However, the link between the two terms is organic, because Akildama's sanctity and status as a pilgrimage destination actually derived from its association with the blood of Christ. The Gospel according to Matthew relates how the Jewish priests reacted when Judas tried to return the 30 pieces of silver he had received for the betrayal. But the chief priests, I quote from the Jew Reims version, the chief priests, having taken the pieces of silver, said, "It's not lawful to put them back into the treasury because it's the price of blood." And after they had consulted together, they bought within the potter's field to be a burial place for strangers. For this cause, the field is called Akildama, that is the field of blood even to this day. The priests in this account rejected Judas's attempts at remorse and repentance. They took the sum, but being blood money, they didn't put it back into the treasury. Rather, they purchased Akildama, the potter's field, with it to bury strangers who had happened to die while in Jerusalem. We know that at least from the 6th century, the site began being used as a burial place for Christian pilgrims, echoing its biblical function and thus connecting the medieval Christian site to the New Testament narrative. You can see here it's also included in representations which have the city of Jerusalem between the crucifixion of Christ and the destruction of the temple. It's marked in the circle. Akildama also appears in Acts with a different version and an alternative explanation for the name as resulting from Judas' bloody suicide there. Neither of these two associations seems particularly positive, but already in the 4th century, Akildama became a known pilgrimage location, mentioned by both Eusebius and Jerome and included in the Madaba map. In other medieval maps and travel accounts, when the site isn't called Akildama, it's sometimes called Campo or Agar Sanguinis, which means bloody field, or Campo or Agar Sancto, meaning a sacred one. The 12th century Russian pilgrim Daniel notes its bloody association as the very reason behind its sanctification, warning that nothing is allowed to leave this holy place because it was bought with the blood of Christ. Daniel's statement raises interesting questions about the modes of sanctification, with the association to the betrayal and the shedding of Christ's blood being a positive marker in the account. Also noteworthy could be Daniel's warning that nothing is to be taken from the site. Is this an early attestation to the habit of removing earth from Akildama to cemeteries in Europe? A 15th century French pilgrim and a 16th century Dutch one suggest that it was precisely this practice that led to the building of the enclosure which we saw, sometimes after the Hospitaller Knights received it in 1143. And for a discussion of the possible even later date for construction for the extant enclosure, perhaps 13th or 14th century, see Amitra M's article. The structure, which survives in very damaged state, was a rectangular building with a barrel vault and seems to have had no doors or windows. It presented its main southern facade to the Valley of Hinnom, and its other facade was hidden in the slant of the topography. So what I've done is I've actually shifted the plan for it to match the photograph, bearing in mind how difficult it is to see images both in this environment and on Zoom. So this is the north arrow. You should be seeing the north here, but actually the image of the plan drawn by Michael Bodnar matches the photograph so that you can more easily understand what's going on. That the construction was annexed onto existing burial caves. You can see here the differentiation between the built part of the structure, which is the front part that you see here, the northern part, which had holes in the ceiling. This is approximately 22 meters long and 10 meters wide. It's annexed onto natural burial caves or expanded burial caves, which have 12 meters here and 22 meters likewise, and that accounts for the strange way that the plan looks when you're looking at it. What could be seen from outside was the long arm of the rectangular structure, which you've already seen in the various images, but now might have a better sense of why the European images of it look as the way that they look. What you're now seeing above in this image of Akildama, the orange circles are a set of holes which used to exist in the roof, which were apparently used for lowering bodies into the enclosure, or at least the larger ones from them. Some partial remains of the holes can be seen at the structure today. The austerity of the building and the gravity of the sacred site could supply a sense of purpose and glory to those buried there. John of Wilsburg claimed that there were 50 deaths a day at the Jerusalem hospital in the 12th century. Not precluding possible exaggeration in his account, there must have been heavy mortality at the hospital, a necessity to bury the dead who were visitors to the city and did not belong to its local institutions. So functional spot and a pilgrim's destination begin to have miraculous qualities associated with it, with the site, to communicate its perceived significance. These miraculous associations include traits such as rapid decomposition of bodies without foul smell, or the bypassing of the need for the dead who are buried there to undergo judgment. Daniel's remark that strangers which were buried in Akildama without payment frames the site as charitable, serving anonymous travelers and granting them a meaningful end. Thus, the framing of Akildama could also frame the perception, spotlighting the occurrence as a coveted burial in miracle-performing terra sancta, rather than a technical processing of mounting corpses of foreigners far from home, family, and community. Emphasis on the sanctity of the site gave meaning to the banality of its use in Jerusalem. But what was at stake when removing soil from it? What was to be gained from taking soil from Akildama to other places in Europe? So transfer of soil necessarily encapsulates place and event. It's part of the very fabric of the Holy Land, like other natural materials, and thus its arrival in a new location served as a symbolic bridge to it. The bridging was emphasized by different means at different places. In some cases, like the Campus Sancti, which we know of in Rome or in Leipzig, maintained a connection to the origin of the soil by maintaining its function. So there it was used as a burial place for strangers, as in Matthew's account regarding Jerusalem. An anonymous English travel account spotlights the use of this trope, burial of strangers, to communicate other unnatural qualities associated with the sanctified earth of Akildama. So I'm reading from Middle English. I'm sure if you listen to me, you can follow, even if you don't always understand the text itself as it appears in the slide. First, they showed us a certain hollow piece of ground called Akildama, which was bought with the 30 pieces that Judas forsook. And as I understood, a great part of the same earth had been conveyed by ships or galleys to Rome, laid beside St. Peter's Church of Rome, called their Camp Sanct. And as by chance, when pilgrims dieth in Rome, they buried them there. and within 14 days at first the flesh is clean gone from the bones. And as it is said, if he be born in Rome and the body be buried there, this day, the next morrow he shall be laid above ground again. So if you understand what's going on here, if someone who is Roman is buried in the Roman Campus Sancto, which is supposed to be dedicated to the burial of strangers, the earth understands that it's a person who doesn't deserve to be in it, and he, oh. I'm coming at myself from all directions. Maybe it's a universal sign that I should stick with the written text and not try to expand upon it. In this account of the Información, the very ground in the Campo Sancto in Rome can discern a Roman from a stranger and rejects from it any local that tries to be buried therein. The earth, as you can understand, has powers of categorization. It spews up the bodies of people who don't deserve to be buried in it. Like the original in Jerusalem, the Roman surrogate, according to this text of the Información, decomposes bodies in record time. So if you were buried there, your body would be gone within 14 days, according to this account. The earth, therefore, stays miraculously charged despite translocation from Jerusalem to Rome, and despite the passage of time from the event that originally sanctified it. So we have here the 15th century and it's still doing it, according to your account, of course. One can also think about the decomposition as a full symbiosis of the dead with the terra sancta. The people become immersed in it, the dead bodies, and soon part of it, an opposite trope to the bodies of saints who unnaturally do not decompose over time. Felix Fabry, a 15th century pilgrim to Jerusalem, also noted the miraculous qualities at Akildama, linking them to the surrogates in Rome and in Pisa. Describing his visit to Jerusalem, Fabry notes that of this field, and he's talking about Akildama, they relate for a truth that the bodies of the dead, when placed it, are straightway reduced to dust within 3 days. So it's not 14, it's 3 days in this account, and the dry bones alone are left. So they say of the holy field, and he uses the term Campo Sancto, which is at Rome, to which earth was carried from hence over the sea and strewn over that field. So likewise, the people of Pisa took earth from this field, he's again talking about Akildama, and made the most costly burial place therewith for the great men of their land. In these 3 cemeteries, bodies are dissolved within 3 days, whereas in other cemeteries, they are hardly altogether consumed in 18 years. And this isn't the only text which treats the different cemeteries as being somehow connected in a network which maintains similar miraculous qualities from Jerusalem in between them, and sometimes we have earth being passed from the one to the other. For Fabry, the transported earth in both Pisa and Rome maintains again an abiding connection to its source, made evident by the soul's performance of the same miracle in a new site. The miracles worked by the soil served as authentication of its origin and of proof of its sanctity. There could be some typological connection in the issue of 3 days that reappears in many, many accounts. Bodies which are no longer in their graves within 3 days could raise the association to Christ's burial and resurrection, a parallel of which is afforded to the anonymous masses in Akildama and the European translations of it. David Gantz and Rachel Meyer have shown the extent to which the legend of the soil influenced also the Campo Santo's fresco cycle, use, and architectural phases. So I wonder if at some point there also occurred some architectural influence from the representations of the site of Akildama in art to the Pisan Campo Santo. In my research, I've touched upon the wider translation of Jerusalem to Pisa. This is the Pisan baptistry, which is the most accurate medieval copy of the rotunda of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and has various theological reasons for wanting to have a baptistry building affiliated with the place of resurrection of Christ. In my research, I've touched upon the wider translations of Jerusalem to Pisa, which allowed locals to be baptized in an architectural representation of the Anastasis Rotunda. And you can see just in a note here, the interior of the Anastasis Rotunda versus the Baptistry of Pisa, which for very many reasons, which I won't outline here, have a lot of architectural affinities more than any other building which copied the Holy Sepulchre from the 12th century. When you have those 2 things together in the Pisan Piazza, it allows Pisans at the same time to be baptized in a building which is affiliated with the sacred sites of Jerusalem and to be buried in one through the earth in the Campo Santo, with the translation being afforded both in artistic terms and in physical ones, with the earth being physical transportation of the very fabric of the Holy Land. I want to conclude by suggesting that while serving as a single case study, it's not just a Pisan story or a Jerusalemite one. This case study speaks to a network of interconnected sacred sites that drew upon each other and that were evident in different cases, seemingly different from each other. For example, the research by Amit Rahman Shrir on the batting out of the stone of unction between Constantinople and Jerusalem, or in the transfer of stones from Sinai into Mount Zion in order to have the two places placed in parallel one on the other in a single locale and expand its significance beyond its physical limitations. Bianca Kuhnel and a wide research team traced architectural copying of Jerusalem's sacred site to Europe over centuries, and these gave local people pilgrimage centers all over Europe with different patterns of interconnectivity and different relations to the Holy Land source. David Gans has recently argued for a dialectic in sanctity. So what he thinks is that when European cemeteries like the one in Pisa rose in fame and perceived significance, this also reflected back onto the site at Jerusalem, and that Akildama's fame and significance grew with its surrogate in Europe and the way that they were embellished with art and architecture. So Jerusalem's Akildama became more important as a result of the way that it was reflected in different European cemeteries, and the two worked together. The site from Jerusalem gave the European site their significance, but then they returned a widened significance to the site itself, and this continued in some kind of dialectic cycle. Connectivity between European sites that claimed some of the soil has been shown also by Lucy Donkin, who traced in the later Middle Ages complicated networks of inter-European transfer, including retaking of some of Akildama's earth from Rome to other places in order to link onto both of the holy places. So if you could take earth from Rome, you would be taking earth from Rome and from Jerusalem at the same time if you took it from the Camposanto Teutonico. Michele Bacci has shown how the Spanish pilgrim Pedro Manuel de Herrera, traveling between 1517 and 1519, decided to enhance the sanctity of the Camposanto in Santiago de Compostela by sprinkling it with earth from both Akildama and Rome's Camposanto Teutonico. So he arrives at Camposanto Teutonico, at the Camposanto in Santiago de Compostela, and he sprinkles it with earth from both Rome and from Jerusalem. So this is giving a physical exhibition to the relationship, which we know that anyway occurred in the competition between Rome, Jerusalem, and Santiago, and linking it through the soil. Thus, the forces that shaped Jerusalem not only traveled to it and influenced its local Christianization, they were also influenced by it when returning home. In turn, the fame of the original sites was influenced by European reception and reflection. In any case, I hope that this example shows some of the significance of sites which were on the physical margins of Jerusalem, but that played an important role in modes of personal contact with it. So much so that bits of their very fabric, the fabric of the places, could be taken in small bags or huge vessels and used to found a new site of significance and commemorate the pilgrimage at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Netta Bodner. To close this stimulating session, I welcome our discussant, Professor Yuval Portugali, Professor of Human Geography at the Department of Geography and the Human Environment at Tel Aviv University, who will join us via Zoom. Well.
Okay. Hi, Elena, can you take off the... Yeah. Excellent. All right. PowerPoint. Okay, can you see it? Can you hear? Nothing. חברים יקרים, אתם שומעים?
שומעים.
כן, אנחנו שומעים.
יפה מאוד. אז אני מגדיל את המסך, תגידו לו אם אתם רואים בסדר. אוקיי?
בסדר.
Okay, so let's switch to English. Thank you very much for the invitation. Now,
יובל, אתה במיוט.
עכשיו שומעים?
עכשיו שומעים אותך, יובל.
בסדר?
כן.
להתחיל מההתחלה?
כן, אם אפשר, תודה.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. As I said half a minute ago, I was asked by Yuval Gadot to comment on the influence of the environment on the city of Jerusalem. So here are three general notes on this issue from the perspective of what is called complexity theory and complexity theories of cities. I will start with a story, a true story. This is the first note. And this is about this guy on the left. His name was Ilya Prigozhin, a Jewish family from Russia who ended in Brussels. And in 1977, Ilya Prigozhin got a Nobel Prize in chemistry for developing what is called dissipative structures. Now, the basic idea here is to deal with what is called cities, not cities, but systems which are open. I don't know if you know, but physicists usually deal with systems which are closed. And here Ilya Prigozhin was suggesting that some systems are open in the sense that they exchange matter, energy, information, and so on with their environment. Now, in his Nobel lecture, as you see the date, on December 8, 77, he was talking about this new idea of dissipative structure, and at a certain stage, he said the following. This is a quotation from the Nobel lecture. Obviously, in a town, in a living system, we have a quite different function. Actually, what he was referring to is the fact that in such system, be it a town or a living system in general, the system exchange information with the environment. A person whose name was still is, by the way, Peter Allen, an English person who did his postdoc in Brussels at the Prigozhin laboratory or research center, took the metaphor seriously and showed that it can be applied to urban systems. This is the illustration at the center. And actually, this was the first step toward what is called today a Ctc, Complexity Theories of Cities, which became one of the most dominant paradigms, so to say, in the domain of urban studies. Now, the basic idea, as I said, is the interaction with the environment. And in fact, Prigozhin, in his books, were again and again giving this information about the city as a complex system. And also, this is a quotation from his last book, The End of Certainty. This is another property of such a system, unpredictability, uncertainty, and so on. In this book, he makes a comparison between a crystal and a city. As you can see, a crystal can be maintained in a vacuum. But if we isolate the town, it would die, which means if you put a city in a vacuum, or if you disconnect a city from its environment, it will simply disintegrate according to a physical law, which is called the second law of thermodynamics. And if you want a nice illustration for this, this is a book. At a very later stage, it was also a film, which is called The World Without Us. Imagine that we, human beings, one day simply disappear. And the question is, the question that Alan Weizmann asked, what will happen to our cities, actually to our whole artificial environment? And they show very systematically that very quickly everything will disappear, everything will disintegrate. So it means that a city simply cannot survive without interaction with the environment. And it's not that environment affects the city. Actually, it goes both ways. We speak here about interaction. As I said, exchange of people, energy, information, and so on with the environment. Now, the idea that a city is part of its environment is yet has yet another respect or another aspect, which is that cities never exist in isolation. Cities always exist as elements or as hubs or points in a network of cities, which is the reason why Çatalhöyük from the Neolithic period in Anatolia had no continuation, okay, because it was a city by itself, isolated city like the crystal, and so it couldn't exist for a long period. So this is one aspect. Actually it gives an answer to Yuval Gadot's question, and the answer is obvious. A city is intimately related to its environment, and Jerusalem in this respect is of no exception. So this was note one. But then, what is environment? And this is the second question or the second topic, and we can answer it in the following way. Space, place, and environment are three notions or three approaches developed in human geography to study cities. And actually, those three notions stand at the center of urban studies in the last decades. Now, space represents an abstraction. It represents an attempt to give an objective and quantitative answer to various aspects of urban life. It is the quantitative or objective approach. Place is the exact opposite. Place, the notion of place, refers to the subjective relations that exist or develop between humans, between people and their homes, lands, neighborhood, environment, and so on. Environment is an attempt to put both space and place and other aspects of human life under one or a single point of view. It's an attempt to bring together the social, the cultural, the physical, the cognitive, and so on and so forth. Which means, or in another way, you can put it or you can illustrate it in the following way. The house of Fistuk, that some of you might remember, is a nice example of a place. On the other hand, space can be represented by a square, if you compare it. And in between, you have a house or a home that can both actually, can go both ways. It can be a place or it can be space depending on the context. And the environment is the attempt, as I said, to provide a comprehensive view of both of them and of their relations. Which means, actually, when we speak about the environment, we speak about actually many aspects of the environment. We can speak about the natural environment, as you see top left. We can speak about the artificial environment, and a city is a typical example of an artificial environment. You can speak about a cognitive environment, you can speak about social environment, secular, religious, and more. Now, a third and last note, I don't know if you know, but this this issue of the relation between society and environment, between a city and environment, between life and environment was a central question for the founding fathers of all social sciences and life sciences. This was the basic question for Charles Darwin. This was the basic question of Thomas Malthus, Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, who suggested a different view than Darwin, Karl Marx, of course, and Herbert Spencer, and also the Belgian Verholst, who suggested a mathematical theory of those relations. Now, this is a very interesting topic, but I think we will have to wait for another meeting in order to discuss it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Portugali. We will go on a short recess or coffee break. We will reassemble in 25 minutes at 4:05. Please join us for another session, the heart of this conference, discussing the power of faith. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. In the previous session, we heard Josiel speak about the cultic locations in the city, and Netta Bodner talk of the sacred soil of Jerusalem. This naturally leads us to discuss a major force that shaped Jerusalem and continues to do so today: faith and religion. Jerusalem's uniqueness derives first and foremost from its status as one of the holiest places in the world. It is one of few cities on earth which are holy to all three main monotheistic religions. As one walks through the city, it is impossible to ignore its multitude of religiously significant locations and the variety of ritual activities surrounding them. These sacred places and monuments shaped the city and influenced its development in an irreversible way. Activity around the religious foci of the city is soaked in political and national conflicts. The UN Conciliation Commission for Palestine published in 1949 a list of almost 100 sacred places in Jerusalem, requiring a special and protected status for the city within the newly established State of Israel. The attention drawn to Jerusalem by its presumed sanctity is nearly unparalleled. How did Jerusalem gain such a position as a holy site? When did religious faith become the main engine behind its development to a uniquely religious urban center? Our common perception on the history of the city may lead us to consider the moment a temple was built, some 3,000 years ago, presumably on Temple Mount, turning the city into a regional cultic center in the following centuries. We must also take into account the cultic reforms of Hezekiah and Josiah, who tried to abolish all other shrines, centralizing the power of cult in the main temple. But perhaps, rather than the construction of the temple, or even the centralization of cult, we should look at another moment that was pivotal to the creation of the myth of Jerusalem: the destruction or destructions of the temple. From an existing place of worship, the ruined temple becomes the focus of yearning and the center around which a shared identity may be created. The importance of the destroyed temple is replaced in following centuries by the sacred text, especially after the Second Temple destruction. The text shapes the memory and the idea of a people united around one God and one cultic center. Jerusalem is described as a city chosen by God, city of holiness, Ir HaKodesh, in the books of Isaiah, Nehemiah, and Daniel, and city of God, Ir Elohim, in Psalms. The myth of an ideal sanctified city is maintained and strengthened as the text becomes canon, and only becomes stronger as generations continue to be drawn from afar to the holy city. In light of this dazzling image, we wish to go back to different moments in history and track the development of cult in the environs of the city. In the following session, we visit early moments before the city was established, when people assigned cultic and ritual meaning to the natural world surrounding them. We will then move to look at an example of a temple from northwestern Syria, which might serve as a parallel for the first temple. Next, we will see the closest example to an Iron Age temple found in the near proximity of the city in Moza, which raises the question of what were the interactions between the Jerusalem temple and other shrines in the region. Finally, we will discuss the results of the unique status gained by Jerusalem when in the Byzantine period, it is already a remarkable cultural and religious hub, a position that only intensified until this very day. In view of this survey of interactions between people and the sanctified place, we may go back to our initial starting point and ask, how unique was Jerusalem in the time when the temple was supposed to become the one and only worship place? Was it really Solomon's temple that made the city the epicenter of religions that it is today? Or was Jerusalem another city with a shrine, similar to many others in the first millennium BC, that became one of a kind merely because of the way it was immortalized by the biblical text? We must ask how unique was the city in real time compared to how remarkable it became in the historic memory of the world. To start this journey, I would like to invite Dr. Hamoudi Khalaile of the Israel Antiquities Authority, head of the excavation of the large Neolithic settlement in Moza.
Good afternoon. Let me first thank the organizer for inviting me. In fact, what I'm going to lecture about is challenging, and I hope I succeed to challenge myself first and everyone later. Worship and ritual ceremony in prehistory is a challenging subject, and most of the evidence of such ceremonies are indirect and based on our interpretation and less on direct evidence such as relate material culture objects, anthropological framework, and ethnographic examples. Approaching toward investigation mortuary practices in archaeology have focused on different aspects of the burial assemblages, treatment of the death, location of the graves, and the social dimension of the ritual practices. Without a doubt, these practices relate to the society of living and not to the burial individual. Until the late Epipaleolithic, the built or the material culture evidence are rather scanty. Until the Natufian culture, time when human society shift their way of life from hunter-gatherer to settled agro-pastoral communities. And because we are dealing with the thousands of years, let me explain that the Epipaleolithic ended around the 10,000 years ago, and the next 5,000 years is the Neolithic periods, mainly subdivided into two periods, pre-pottery Neolithic and pottery Neolithic. And as you can see, even we can subdivide it to phases. And today we are focusing more about the middle and final pre-pottery Neolithic B. The transition to Sedentism was during the Natufian culture, and the establishment of the first houses. At that time, social life increasingly larger group, as is known by the size of the size, followed by the emergence of communal structures. Evidences for worship are expressed in monumental structure and burials, which include the decoration, mainly dentalium and other decorative elements. The Neolithic period between 9,400 to 5,300 BC represent fundamental turning point in human history, both in the pre-pottery and the pottery periods. It is during this period that the sedentary way of life was adopted, establishment of large settlement, and the remarkable socio-economic development, which include the beginning of the domestication of plants and animals, and construction of monumental buildings. During the pre-pottery Neolithic age, as I'm showing here, communal structures were constructed. Among others, we can mention the Tower of Jericho, semi-rounded subterranean building in Jerf al-Ahmar, Syria, and the circle of massive T-shaped stone pillar in Göbekli Tepe, Turkey. These structures relate somehow to communal activity, a combined ritual ceremonies. More recent archaeological projects at middle and final PPNB site, such as Yiftach El and Moza, have revealed a remarkable evidence in ritual and mortuary practice. This Neolithic community creates spaces inside and outside the settlement for non-residential but for collective community beliefs. At Yiftach El, for example, distinct structure suggests that community member constructed them for ritual practices, as building 200. This is very large building with thick plaster floor and 4 pillar base, and really the construction show that this is not really for residential, but rather for communal ceremony. The second structure at Yiftach El, as you can see, 14/6, it's a very, very large structure with narrow entrances and a lot of cuts through the plaster floors. These cuts mainly for burials that buried under the floor inside the building itself. Not only construction, but also mortuary practice. The mortuary practice in the middle PPNB signifies by burial within the houses, and skull removal serve to integrate communities and downplay socioeconomic differences between individual and kin groups. Burial under plaster floor and above the most prominent in a secondary removal of some, but not all, skull for primary graves for plastering, and probably place them in non-residential structure for ritual use linked to belief in ancestors. For example, this 3 plaster skull found in Yiftachel, buried outside the monumental structure. Not only a plaster skull, but also there is evidence for settlement designated for burials like Farah Khoresh and maybe Nahal Yarmout, also a site recently excavated, and ample of skeleton were found under the plaster floors. Not only plastering, but also caches of skulls as evidence from Tel Aswad in Syria, and also in Jericho. This phenomenon is well known during the pre-pottery Neolithic boom. Not only plastering, but also sculpturing and ghazal and masks made of stones. Um, 2 years ago, I, with a group of archaeologists, conducted a huge excavation, about 1,200 squares excavated at the low part of Moza, and a number of non-residential houses were revealed. Some were certainly for worship and rites. Most of these structures were large open spaces with several plaster floors, incorporate some basin or water basins. This is the site, and we can see one of the public structure with a basin inside the plaster floor. Another one, a really large structure with, again, with a basin inside the plaster floor. This indication could hint for ceremonies involved with maybe with liquid or waters. The final PPNB mortuary practice still experienced, but there is no evidence for skull modeling. Instead, selected burials have individual with bracelets, pendants, beads, shells, and other objects, which reflect in symbolic relief, probably social differences in the site. In Moza, cultic structure continued to exist during the late PN occupation and become more prominent in their dimension. No doubt that its plan and its small finds indicate that public, perhaps even cultic nature, resemble sanctuary like those of Rasul or Engedi. Burials continue to be within the settlements of the early PN, and so during the late PN. The structure encompassing distinct worship objects such as violin, figurine, mace heads, and other unique pottery and stone vessels. Interesting that non-residential cultic structure relate somehow to permanent water resources. Perhaps water was important in ritual ceremonies. To sum up, the early evidence for ritual and mortuary practices were with the transition from hunter-gatherer to sedentary society during the Natufian culture. Non-residential construction became common during the Neolithic period. Part of this construction definitely stood out for ritual practices. A number of non-residential structures were unearthed in the Neolithic megasite of Moza. The majority display plaster floors and several barriers mostly under the floor. These structures were built in close vicinity to permanent water resources. PPN burial practice and plaster skulls are for a form of public rather than household, accompanied by ritual ceremony. Architecture, material, culture evidence suggests that the public buildings in Moza were designated for community ritual in the PPNB and also during the pottery Neolithic of Moza. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamoudi Khalaile. Next, we have Professor Mirko Novak of Bern University, a northern example for the temple in Jerusalem, and the religious architecture of the northern Levant. Professor Mirko, are you with us?
Yes, I am, and please could you open the screen for me? Yeah, thank you a lot. So I can share my screen with you. So I hope you can see it now. And first of all, I want to thank all the organizers, namely Nitsa, Yuval, and Helena, for inviting me. It's a really great pleasure and honor for me to speak on this occasion. I was asked to talk about Aindara temple in northern Levant, and so I have to disappoint you if you expect any fresh results, new insights, since excavations and research on site has not been possible in Aindara for a couple of years, or not to say decades, for well-known reasons. So instead of that, I want to give an overview on the temple itself and to contextualize it in the frame of the Neo-Hittite, so-called Neo-Hittite religious architecture, and address the question if and how it could have been interrelated with the religious architecture of the southern Levant in the 10th and 9th centuries. So let's start first with the location of the temple. As you can see here, it is situated in the northern Levant, not so far away from the modern city of Aleppo, about 30 kilometers as the bird flies to the northwest of Aleppo. Here you can see it more in detail with Aleppo and Aindara. And Aindara is on the other side, also situated in the close to the small river of Afrin, which is a tributary of the Orontes River, and so it is also placed very close to the Amuk Valley and the modern Turkish border. This temple was situated also in antiquity, in the first millennium BC, close to the borders between three different small entities, small principalities. The two more Aramaic or Aramean dominated principalities of Bit Aguzi, to which it might have belonged, with the capital of Arpad, the also Aramean entity of Sam'al to the northwest, and the Luvian or Aegean dominated entity of Palestine, Patin, to the west and southwest. Short remark on the research history. So the site was discovered in the 50s and first excavated then by the Direction Générale des Antiquités et Musées in Damascus. And the excavations were resumed in the 70s and in the 80s. And in the 80s, an American team has undertaken a survey in the lower town of the mount. So here you can see an aerial view showing that the ancient site consisted of a high citadel mount on which summit the temple is located, and an extended lower town. The citadel is situated at the periphery of the lower town. The lower town was occupied, and as the survey has shown, during the late Bronze and the entire Iron Age, just as the same as the citadel mount. As such, Aindara fits very well to what we know of urban structures of that period. As you can see here at the same scale, several sites like the ancient town of Sam'al, modern Sinjali, or Guzana, Tel Halaf, Karkemish, and Sirkele-Hüig in Cilicia, showing that all of them, or almost all of them, except for Sam'al, have such a peripheral citadel and an extended lower town close to a river. So now let's come to the temple. The temple, as it has been excavated, shows three phases, three major phases, but we have to say that the original phase might have not been discovered yet. So the excavations were stopped at a certain point. And of course, it was not possible to remove the later layers with the decorations, just to find out whether there are predecessing buildings dating back even to the 3rd millennium, which is possible at least. So this is the original phase of this building, which dates surely to the Bronze Age, late Bronze Age presumably, showing a well-known layout, which is called the temple in Antis. I will come back to that type of a temple later on, consisting of an entrance niche, which is flanked by the so-called antis, then an antitsala, which is a broad room, and a central axis entrance into the cella, which is more or less square, or in some cases it's a little bit more rectangular, with a podium on the back side of the cella. So this is the second phase when the podium was built and the first decorations were executed on the inner and the outer side of the temple. And the latest phase shows the addition of a gallery surrounding the cella itself. The entire building was set on a platform, an artificial terrace, and was placed within a larger temenos, where an altar and a well were placed as well. A remarkable feature is the included staircase, which gave access either to the roof of the temple itself, or the roof of the gallery, or a second story on either of both. The outside and the inside of the temple was richly decorated with sculptures. As you can see here, large basalt stone blocks were placed on the outside face and carved in a high relief technique, showing a different kind of apotropaic figures. Here some more impressions of that decoration. And as you can see as well here is that parts of the wall and the terrace consisted of white limestone. So there is a remarkable play with the colors, white and black, on this temple. So this is also clear when you see here the entrance. This, of course, in front is not the original floor of the Temenos courtyard, which has been refilled partly. So you have to keep in mind that the entire building was about 1 meter or 1.5 meter higher than the floor outside. So this mentioned play with the colors with basalt and limestone is very typical for the religious architecture of the first millennium in northern Levant. As you can see here, for example, the case of Tel Halaf in the lower picture, where we have the same kind of a alternating row of limestone and basalt. And we know also from the description of this moon god temple in Haran, which is nowadays southern Turkey, that also here the decoration was created of plaster and asphalt, meaning that white and black has been used for this colorful appearance. So here you see the entrance, the staircase leading up to the platform and the inner temple, and the sculptures which flank this entrance. And here you can see that we do have indications for columns at the entrance. There are column bases, 2 of them, flanking the main entrance on both sides on top of the terrace. So that means inside the niche, the entrance niche. And here, by the way, you can see the footprints of the owner of the temple, presumably the storm god. I will talk about that in a moment, showing that he has really big feet, because the guy which took the photo has already the size of 50. So that means it's a very huge person owning this temple. However, inside the temple was also decorated, as you can see here, that kind of a mock window, a so-called mock window, which is well known to other places of the same period as well, like, for example, Aleppo. And the most famous relief from the inside of the temple is this depiction of the goddess Ishtar, or Shavushka, the goddess of love, sexuality, and war. And all these aspects are included in her depiction, in her iconography. And this kind of iconography is well known both from the Imperial Hittite period, as it is the case in Yazilikaya, close to the Hittite capital of Hattusha, and in Melit, which is a little bit later, which already dates to the late or Neo-Hittite period, where the same goddess appears in a very similar iconography. Another feature which is common in the sculptural art of Ain Dara is the mountain god. As you can see, the lower part here on the slide to the left, and which also has good parallels, finds good parallels in Yazilikaya, where these mountain gods appear either as isolated gods, isolated figures, or more frequently as supporting and carrying gods. As this is also the case on the podium in the center of the cellar, where you can see here the mount god always in the center of a 3-person group, flanked by either bull demons or winged demons. And all of them are obviously carrying something which was situated on top of the podium, most likely the statue of the titulary god of this temple. And this might have been very well be the storm god, since in Yazilikaya, the slide to the right, you can see the storm god as the main god of the pantheon, standing on the necks of 2 of such mountain gods, opposed to his spouse, the sun goddess of Arena. And on the left side, you can see the spring sanctuary of Eflatun Pinar, with unfortunately very poorly preserved statues or depictions of the storm god and his spouse, the sun goddess, and both situated on the neck of these mountain gods, as they can be seen in the lower part. So most likely, this indicates that the temple was dedicated either to the storm god or less likely to his spouse, the sun goddess of Arinal, who was named Chepat in the northern Levant. So the gallery itself was also decorated with sculptures, as you can see here some examples. When we look for the closest parallel to both the architecture and the decoration of this temple, we do not have to go so far, because close by in Aleppo on the citadel, the temple of the storm god of Aleppo, one of the most important shrines in the Levant during all the millennia before Christ, was excavated here below the medieval remains. And here we again have a cellar, which unfortunately only the cellar itself could have been exposed, and the other parts are still buried below the later remains. So we do not precisely know whether the layout of the complete temple was very similar to Ain Dara, but it is very likely to be the case. And again here, there was a decoration inside showing motifs which are very reminiscent on Hittite art, like for example here an image of the storm god climbing into his chariot, which is carried by the bulls. So this is a very frequent motif in the Hittite imperial art of the late Bronze Age. On the other side, we know that the temple, although it might have been decorated in that way originally at the very end of the imperial period, was still under construction in the early Iron Age. That means in the 11th century, when King Titus of Palestine, a kingdom with the capital in Tel Tainat in the Amuk Valley, was also mentioned in one of these large inscriptions of the main inscription inside the temple. He's depicted here on the left side, on the right side, standing in front of the storm god. So both the iconographies and style of both temples are very similar to each other, indicating that they might have had a very parallel history and chronology. Unfortunately, we do not have any inscriptions in Ain Dara itself, so we do not know precisely who was the builder, the founder of this temple, and to which god it was dedicated. However, both share many similarities, and if we have a look on other temples of that period, let's say the end of the Bronze Age and the beginning of the Iron Age, we have to keep in mind how the political situation has changed in the Northern Levant. As you can see here, the situation at the end of the Bronze Age, with the Northern Levant belonging to the Hittite Empire. And when the empire collapsed, there was obviously a migration of at least Elites speaking Luvian to the Northern Levant, because then shortly afterwards a number of entities were founded with Luvian speaking Elites, and at that time also this Anatolian Hittite iconography emerged in the Northern Levant, which was not the case much earlier before. On the other side, we have immigrants from the Aegean, so presumably the original founders of the Kingdom of Palestine with the capital of Kunulua were immigrants from the Aegean or even from the Western Mediterranean, and they very quickly adopted to the Luvian language and the Neo-Hittite culture. And the third major component was the Semitic population that was always the majority in the Northern Levant, which underwent ethnogenesis in that period and became then very much present under the name of the Arameans. So at the latest, in the 10th century, we do have the picture which is illustrated on the map to the right with the small principalities, either with Luwian-speaking or with Aramean-speaking elites, but sharing many aspects of their culture. So as you can see, for example, to come back to the temple layout, we have here the temples, the buildings 16 and 2 in Tel Tainat, the ancient city of Kunulua, capital of Palestine, which shows this very similar layout of the so-called temple in Antis. And the same is true for the more Luwian-dominated city of Carchemish, where we do also have a temple in Antis at the foot of the Citadel Mount, and in Chadarik, where we do not know precisely whether the elites were Luwian or Aramean speaking, another temple in a similar layout was created, with some differences. Of course, here we do have this kind of staircase towers flanking the entrance niche, but in general, the layout shows the same origin. So when we ask where this layout comes from, we have to go back to the late or mid of the 3rd millennium BC, where this kind of architecture, religious architecture, emerged in Upper Mesopotamia and Northern Levant. Here the triangles show the examples known so far from that period, like, for example, in Tel Huera and in Tel Halawa, as you can see here on the slides, or in Ebla, where we do have a number of temples, both from the early Bronze Age and the Middle Bronze Age, showing precisely the same layout of a temple in Antis with a niche, an entrance niche, an antecella, and a cella with this central access to the podium of the god statue. And the same is true for the late Bronze Age, where we do have examples in, for example, Tel Mumbaka, Ekalte, or Emar, both situated at the Middle Euphrates. So we see that this was a long-living tradition of religious architecture in Northern Levant that was well known from the very early phases of urban civilizations in the Levant, and it was a predominant type, irrespective of ethnic components or political structures. So either it was during the Mitanni period or other periods that this temple type was favored. When we have a look on these bas-relief sculptures, we too see that we have different traditions going back very far to the Bronze Age, like, for example, the massive stone blocks with the decorations on the outside, which was known in Anatolia, like here the case of Alachahug, or the orthostat slabs, which were in an undecorated form, well known from the very beginning of the 2nd millennium BCE in Katna and Analach, and then from the 1st millennium BCE on, the combination of both became one of the major characteristics of the so-called Neo-Hittite art, which was then predominant in both Luwian-speaking and Aramean-speaking entities in the Northern Levant. So to sum up on that point, we see that this temple in Antis type derived from Northern Levantine tradition. The form and construction of the decoration shows also Northern Levantine and Anatolian traditions, and the iconography was mainly influenced by the Hittite and Anatolian traditions, whereas the style was a mixture of both. Aindara, as well as the Aleppo temple, was at the very beginning of this development of what then became Neo-Hittite, not in the sense of an ethnic designation, but on a cultural one. So that was the case when these Neo-Hittite principalities emerged, as you can see here, once again, this map and the chronological chart showing the different entities with their kings and the separation or distinction into 3 phases. However, now we can see that this was a temple type well known in the Northern Levant. Now we come back to the point which was the original one when I was invited to give this lecture. So it is clear that the Temple of Solomon, as it is described in the Old Testament, is very closely related to that kind of a temple type in many aspects. And even sometimes if you read the description and have a look on the Andara temple, you could believe that it is the same temple that is described here. So the question arises how this tradition could have emerged as far as the southern Levant. So in many researches, many papers, it was always stressed that one possible way might have been through the Phoenician coastal towns like Tyros mainly. But unfortunately, we do not know very much about the religious architecture of the Phoenicians. What we do have are a number of temples dating back to the Bronze Age, like in Ugarit and Byblos, and very few of the Iron Age, like for example, the Eshmun sanctuary close to Sidon, or the Temple of Amrit. None of these temples show any similarities to the temple in Antis time. Contrary, it seems as if the coastal region from the very early Bronze Age on followed an own tradition which was distinctive of this inner northern Levantine tradition. Like, for example, here we do have the large basin, and in the center, these naos, that's the temple of Amrit. So what other possibilities do we have to follow the line, how it could have been connected with the southern Levant this time? So here you, once again, you have a map showing where this kind of temple architecture is attested in the northern Levant. And then we see that in the central Levant, if we can call it like that, so that means southern Syria and the very northern part of Israel, Palestine, and Jordan, we have hardly any evidence for this kind of architecture. But on the other side, we do not have any temples in the from that region of Damascus at all. Unfortunately, this very important temple is overbuilt and is not really available to archaeological research. However, we know that there is a long tradition that the mosque is situated, the famous Umayyad mosque is situated on top of a church, and this was situated on top of the Roman temple, and this again was overbuilding an Aramean temple. So we do not have any possibility to get information on how this temple looked like. But in my eyes, it's a very good candidate, since Aram Damascus was part of what we could call a kind of a cultural koine, bringing together Aramean entities and Luvian entities under this umbrella of the Neo-Hittite culture. With that, we can trace in many aspects, like, for example, the ivory production, or the few sculptures that are known from Damascus. So it might be possible that Damascus might have been the link between the northern Levantine religious architecture and the southern Levantine one. But if we ever will learn, and how this might have looked like, is a question which we cannot answer at the moment. However, the connection of Damascus to Jerusalem was close enough to be a very good, to make it a good candidate for such a clue. And so with that, I want to thank you for your attention. And I hope that this will lead to a nice discussion when we have now the lecture on Mozart.
Thank you very much, Professor Mirko, for being able to join us and for your interesting lecture. Next, we have Shua Kisilevich of the Israel Antiquities Authority and Tel Aviv University, holier than thou. the temples at Moza as a case study for the development of religious centers in the Jerusalem environs during the Iron Age. Sure.
Thank you, Nitzan. Thank you all. So contrary to what we just saw now going on in the north and in Dara and other places as presented by Milko Novak, in the southern Levant, particularly in the regions of Judah and Israel, there is little in the way of cultic architecture in the Iron Age, nor any contemporary religious textual evidence that discusses temples or cultic centers. And definitely we do not have this wonderful iconography we see in the north. The most obvious and discussed religious center is the one that developed around the temple in Jerusalem. The biblical depiction of this center was traditionally utilized to examine the development of religion and state in the region of Judah during the Iron II. However, the Iron Age religious center in Jerusalem, though elaborately communicated, is unknown beyond the pages of the biblical texts. The discovery of a succession of temples at nearby Tel Moza, less than 7 kilometers northwest of ancient Jerusalem in recent years, provides an opportunity to suggest a material-based framework for the development of the cultic site at Moza in relation to its surroundings and against the backdrop of the regional historical cultural transformations of the Iron II. A framework that could represent general processes throughout the region. In the short presentation today, I will begin with an overview of the Moza region, present the development of the site during the Iron II, and suggest a framework for the development of the cultic site and its community. This framework is part of my dissertation study and is based on the examination of remains discovered at Tel Moza during 5 seasons of salvage excavations and 1 excavation season carried out in 2019 as part of the Moza Expedition Project, established together with my advisor, Professor Oded Lifshitz, on behalf of Tel Aviv University. And I would add that both this study and the excavations are ongoing and are expected, we hope, to produce additional data that will further enhance this suggested thesis. Tel Moza is situated towards the bottom of a slope on a saddle encompassed by springs and valleys with seasonal water flow that formed a basin extending below the site. The ample water sources, temperate climate, and fertile soil rendered the area extremely conducive to settlement, with remains spanning the last 10 millennia. And we saw Hamoudi's presentation about the Moza Basin during the Neolithic period. So in fact, an agricultural economy with crop cultivation prevailed in the region already in the Neolithic times, as evidenced by pulses, chickpeas, beans, and lentils, and storage facilities, including silos, that were found during the recent large-scale excavations in the southern part of the basin. The site of Tel Moza dominates the water sources and expansive agricultural lands, as well as the gateway to Jerusalem along the ancient road leading from the lowlands into the central hill country, and it is dotted here in yellow. The excavations at Tel Moza revealed a sequence of temples and adjoining storage facilities spanning the Iron II from the 10th century until the 6th century BCE. Storage facilities and adjoining administrative structures represent the industrial or economic sphere of the site, while temples and adjacent spaces represent the cultic or religious sphere. And here it should be noted that the site and the cultic remains in it were only partially excavated, and they suffer from late intrusions and severe erosion of the slope, which obliterated part of the cultic complex, including the very last phases. So we don't actually know the latest phases of this cultic precinct. The earliest Iron Age remains at the site, as well as the cultic structures, were found in Area B. They include stone-lined silos, which are marked here in brown, used for crop storage, and various installations to their south, which are not illustrated here. And they indicate an economic function for the site from the earliest stages of the Iron IIA. A temple, Temple 8528, marked here in yellow, appropriated one of these silos and used it as a refuse pit for offering remains, mainly ash and animal bones, indicating that the temple was built after the silos. Temple 8528 was very partially exposed. It is attributed to the 10th century BCE, and its remains include 4 large stone column bases with segments of walls, plaster floors, and installations between them, and a fragment of a colt stand that was found on the temple's floor. In the late 10th century or early 9th century BCE, Temple 8528 was covered by a large monumental temple complex, Temple 4601, and I wish I had easier names for these temples. It would have made life much easier and shorter to say, I think. So this new temple 4601 is marked here in blue. And here in an aerial photo, you can see this temple at the end of the 2012 season of excavation. The new temple complex included a large temple building in the west and a courtyard with various installations in the east. And this temple, and I move now to the top plan, was exposed to a length of 22 meters and a width of 7 to 10 meters. But its western and southern parts have not yet been exposed, so we don't really know what the exact dimensions are. We're not even sure whether they were preserved, so we're hoping to find that out soon. The northern walls of the temple were especially massive, measuring 2 to 2.5 meters wide, and they functioned as retaining walls against the slope, and at least one room extended north of the main axis of the building. The temple is a long room structure and was built according to the traditional Inantis plan, resembling the Indara temple, and we've heard about this plan just now. It was a massive freestanding building erected at the western bend of the slope, and it towered above the edge of the slope and would have been especially prominent when viewed from the ancient road and the basin to the south and southwest. The courtyard in the eastern part of the temple complex contained various installations, including a stone-built altar directly across from the entrance to the temple, and a pit with ash and animal bones that were refuse of sacrificial rituals, as well as various cultic artifacts that were found on the floor near an offering table. These finds indicate that, like other temples in the ancient Near East, the rituals that took place in the temple at Moza included animal sacrifices, libation, burning of aromatic substances, and votives and offerings that were brought by the worshippers. The first phase of the temple complex provided the richest assemblage of cultic remains and was least affected by later intrusions. Its elements and artifacts fit well within the religious conventions of the second and the first half of the first millennium BCE regarding the type, shape, production technique, and decoration of artifacts, and in fact, even of the temple itself. Among the cultic artifacts were 2 human-shaped heads and 2 horse figurines. They were probably votives deposited by worshippers, as well as a large decorated cult stand that served as a semi-permanent fixture used repeatedly in the cultic rituals. These artifacts and most of the other cultic artifacts and vessels found at the temple were made of local Moza marl. They attest that a dedicated workshop for the production of cultic artifacts for use in the Moza temple existed in the vicinity, and it may even have been located in the religious precinct itself. 2 phases were noted in the temple building, and 5 phases were noted in the temple courtyard. Each phase in the courtyard comprised the raising of the floors, as you can see here in the eastern section of the courtyard in the bottom left photo, and the establishment of new cultic installations. And here, in a photo taken during the 2012 season, you can see the remains of the phase 4 part of the courtyard discovered while removing the bulks, remains of a stone altar and white plaster floor exposed directly in front of a stone staircase that led to the temple entrance. The precise dating of these phases is one of the aims of the current study, but since the last phases of the complex were not preserved, it is currently impossible to note when the cultic function of the site terminated. To the south, a sequence of rooms and spaces with installations were found. Throughout the period, and particularly from the Iron Tubby, this area expanded and became an integral part of the complex, serving as an auxiliary space that supported the cultic function. These spaces and rooms probably served for workshops that produced artifacts used in the cultic rituals, as storage, service, and administrative areas, and perhaps also housing for the cultic staff who managed all of the cultic-related activities. One of these spaces, dated to the Iron IIB, included a heap of loom weights found on the floor with several stone installations near it. This could indicate a workshop that produced textiles for cultic use in the temple. The expansion of the temple complex, changes carried out within the temple and its courtyard, and the addition of the auxiliary spaces to its south throughout the Iron II reflect the growing complexity of this religious, social, economic operation and the addition of functions carried out by its personnel. These personnel manage the cultic rituals as well as all other aspects related to the cult, such as the documentation and storage of goods brought to the temple and the production of artifacts used in the cultic rituals. Therefore, the expansion of the temple complex and its added spaces must have been mirrored in the growth of the number of cultic personnel and the creation of a hierarchy within this staff. In tandem with the development of the religious sphere of the site, the economic sphere continued to grow as well. Throughout the Iron II, dozens of silos were installed at the site, exposed primarily east of the temple, with some of the silos cutting or altering others and indicating their long period of use. So there's a stratigraphy even within these silos. Rooms built adjacent to the silos were probably part of the administrative structures associated with the economic activity. The intensification and industrialization of the storage facilities culminated in the construction of large storage buildings in Iron IIC. These buildings introduced a new method of storage in which crops were stored in jars rather than in silos. And this construction of storage buildings cut some of the silos, but many remained in use alongside the new storage facilities, with additional administrative structures built as a result of this industrial intensification. So it really mirrors what's going on in the cultic sphere as well. The development of the site mirrors the development of the local population that built and maintained it. Though no Iron IIA sites have been exposed in the vicinity so far, it is evident that such settlements existed nearby, near the water sources, the agricultural lands, and of course, engulfing and safeguarding the economic and religious site, which was in essence their Fort Knox. Based on the finds, the following process is suggested for the development of the site and the community that operated it. In the Iron IIA, in the 10th century BCE, the local population, comprising a group of local kin-based clans or households, established the site as an economic center for the storage and redistribution of crops. Shortly after, they constructed a temple in the midst of the site, indicating that this industry was a key part of their economic subsistence. The insertion of a temple into the industrial center began as a subsidiary to the economic role of the site and aimed to provide the locals direct access to the divine realm and ensure the well-being and success of the site, its economy, and the population that sustained it. This connection of the religious and economic spheres was imperative for the agricultural community that trusted in the gods to provide adequate rainfall, favorable weather, sufficient crop and animal cultivation, and the protection of their yield. This association between religion and economy existed long before and of course has prevailed ever since. And the construction of cultic places, corners, rooms, and temples in industrial areas is well attested in the ancient Near East. And here's just a couple of examples. For instance, the contemporary cult corner in the apiary at Tel Rehov and the temples associated with metallurgic industry at Tel Safigat. To satisfy the gods and ensure their enduring presence, protection, and blessing, the population engaged in cultic rituals, offerings, and material investment in the temple. And when they were able, proceeded to construct a larger and monumental temple complex, Temple 4601. The construction of the monumental temple complex indicates that by the early 9th century BCE, the local community had experienced demographic and economic growth and comprised a polity with a hierarchy ruled by an elite that interacted with and was influenced by contemporary polities, incorporating religious conventions prevalent particularly in the north. This polity is tentatively referred to as the Mozza polity, and I've, for the last 2 years, have been trying to push this Mozza polity name, so maybe you guys can help me with this. Alongside the intensification and industrialization of the site's economic function as a storage and redistribution facility, the continued maintenance and investment in the temple were deemed essential to sustain the patronage of the gods and necessitated the investment of resources and manpower, both in the construction and in the operation of these modifications. This was achieved by construction of the monumental complex and its continuous renovation and expansion of its auxiliary spaces. These undertakings indicate a hierarchical social structure in both spheres of the site, presided over by an elite that controlled the economic system and access to the gods. It seems that by the Iron 2B, the religious and economic spheres were entangled in a symbiotic bond, serving each other, with a site equally renowned for both its economic and cultic functions. The clear association between the local crop-based economy and the cultic function, as well as the progression from small to large-scale manifestations in both of the spheres, indicate that this was a local process, exhibiting the development of a local community that matured into a polity. It is suggested that the Mozza polity represented a local manifestation of a process that was wide-ranged during the formative period of the Iron 2A, and that the formation of the Judeite kingdom encompassed the incorporation of the Mozza polity and similar local entities, with this amalgamation based on a patron-client kinship structure and the formation of a shared religious ideology. And yet, even after it was incorporated into the Judeite polity, Mozza's association as a cultic center was so strong that it continued to serve as such alongside the temple in neighboring Jerusalem. Thank you.
Thank you, Shua, for a fascinating lecture. I would like to present for the last lecture of the session, Dr. Yana Chechanovets of Ben-Gurion University. Their speech differs, but their religion is one, Byzantine Jerusalem as a cosmopolis.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Nitzan. Thank you all. Thanks for all this large audience in this huge hall. The name of the lecture is taken from the famous paragraph from the letters of Saint Jerome. Why need we mention the Armenians, the Persians, the nations of India and Ethiopia, and the neighboring country of Egypt, abounding in monks, Pontus and Cappadocia, Coele-Syria, and Mesopotamia, and all the multitudes of the East, who, fulfilling the words of our Savior, wherever the carcass is, thither the eagles be gathered together, flock into these places, display to us examples of diverse excellence. Their speech differs, but their religion is one. There are almost as many choirs of psalm singers as there are different nations. And some 400 years later, a very sad text. Hermits who reside scattered among their cells, 11 who sing the psalms in Greek, Georgians 4, Syrians 6, Armenians 2, Latins 5, one who sings the psalms in Arabic. I always felt sorry for this one, the lonely one. Along the steps, when you go up to the Holy Mount, the meaning is to Mount of Olives. Two hermits, one Greek, the other Syrian. At the top of the steps in Gethsemane, three hermits, a Greek, a Syrian, and a Georgian. In the valley of Jehoshaphat, one hermit. These two quotations marking the very beginning of the Christian flow of adoration of Jerusalem and the Holy Land, and its inglorious decline 400 years later under Abbasid rule, are stressing the most unusual character of the Jerusalem life, its multi-ethnic and multi-linguistic character. During the Byzantine period, Jerusalem, perhaps the first time in its history, turns into the religious center of the whole world. The local Greek and Aramaic speaking population meets pilgrims flowing from all the corners of the growing Christian oikomene, Rome and Latin parts of the empire, Greece, Constantinople, Syria, Egypt, Ethiopia, Persia, Mesopotamia. Many choose to stay for many years or sometimes for life. Their activity in the Byzantine Holy City is well attested by literary sources, historical chronicles, hagiographic works, pilgrims' itineraries, and private letters. The sources are describing the city that attracts people from all over the world and the place where all world is at home. The obtained archaeological data permits to support the sources speaking of the imperial patronage on the Holy City. It's also give a possibility to draw its ethnic mosaic and to initiate discussion focused on non-Greek segments of the Christian community of Byzantine Palestine and Jerusalem, and pilgrimage coming from the far lands. Naturally, most of the relevant archaeological data is concentrated in and around Jerusalem. It was indeed the center of the Byzantine Holy Land and center of the Christendom, but it was, and it is also, the most excavated and well-studied region in the country. The constantly growing archaeological evidence includes a great variety of finds, architectural complexes with churches, monasteries, pilgrim hostels, even local graveyards and bathhouse, dedicational and funeral inscriptions, sometimes graffiti left by pilgrims, and also isolated numismatic and ceramic finds coming from far Ethiopia, Egypt, Minor Asia, and of course, often forgotten by us archaeologists and evidence given by ancient manuscripts. One should be a true encyclopedist to be able to cover all the relevant sources of information. No wonder that the only modern summary of this subject was performed by Lea Disegni and Yoram Zafrir in a few years ago in 2012. Perhaps this is a place to speak of them as of two charismatic individuals preparing for our next session, two charismatic individuals who shaped the classic archaeology of Jerusalem. It will be very wrong to imagine this cosmopolis as something similar to the modern Holy Sepulchre Church, divided between many national and international communities, each trying to raise its own flag. After all, the great majority of Palestinian clerics were subordinated to the Church of Jerusalem and spoke and prayed Greek. It will be difficult for us to say something specific on the pilgrims of Mesopotamia or Constantinople. We can't spot them archaeologically. But the Armenians and Georgians are very special. They are almost the only groups archaeologically distinguishable from Greek speaking and mainly Greek writing majority of the monastic population of the city, thanks to the fact that they had their own alphabets already in this stage. The early Armenian and Georgian epigraphic corpus of the Holy Land is not very large, but it includes the earliest examples of the national scripts, a source of great satisfaction for the members of these communities in Jerusalem up to very these days. Thanks to the inscriptions, we can identify the sites where that can be associated with Armenian and Georgian building activity, and can try to use them as a test case for understanding of the place of the ethnic groups within this cosmopolis of Byzantine Jerusalem. The archaeological material associated with Caucasian Christians is rich enough to allow construction of certain typology of various kinds of institutions. Among the known complexes where Armenian and Georgian presence is attested, there are rural cenobia, communal life monasteries, there are pilgrimage hospices, and one outstanding example of cemeterial church, a very rare type in Byzantine Palestine, all discovered in Jerusalem or its vicinity. Apparently, all the Caucasian community construction activities follow the mainstream style of ecclesiastical architecture in the Holy Land and belong to the types of relatively modest monastery architecture with a clear reference to the basilical form of the church. And it's quite strange. The peak of Caucasian activity in Palestine overlaps the period in which the ecclesiastical architecture of the Caucasus itself reached its peak, developing the most original types of central domed churches, spanning the widest variety of forms: cruciform, inscribed crosses, various forms of the tetrachons, all crowned by conical domes. We see no sign of this architectural style in the structures built by them in the Holy Land. Already from the 6th or 7th century, the Christianization of the converted space in Georgia and Armenia was customarily marked by standing stone stelae. In Georgian, they're called kvajvara, and in Armenian, khachkars. We find no sign of the standing stones here in the Caucasian sites of the Holy Land. The architectural decor of the Palestinian monasteries belonging to Georgians and Armenians during the Byzantine age entirely fits the local tradition. Marble liturgical furniture produced elsewhere and the floors decorated with mosaics. We find here no sign of stone reliefs with sacred composition or portraits of donors or animals and birds, masters with their tools, flower and geometrical ornaments, so typical for the Caucasian Christian architecture of very same period. It seems that the Armenians and Georgians made no efforts to enrich the local architectural repertoire with the last achievements of the national schools. Possibly all the structures in Jerusalem and around it were simply built and decorated by local Palestinian masters or by those invited from Byzantium. Also, we have a couple of interesting evidences of the names of two mosaic masters, one written in Armenian and another one in Georgian. One can also speculate on the existence of certain restrictions unattested in the documents of the era regarding the building activities in the Holy Land, or the wish to keep a common visual language with local Christian communities. They not only working in local style, but also quite often use Greek language common to all, especially in funeral inscriptions. And most striking, They even buried their dead according to local tradition. Again, very different from what is accepted in this age in Armenian Georgia themselves. They even learned to survive on local crops. Olive trees are not growing over there in their homeland, but we see the signs of oil production activity in their monasteries. Apparently, despite the dogmatic controversies that Armenian and Georgian church had with the Patriarchate of Jerusalem, their communities here were deeply involved in the life of the local church. The Palestinian monastic traditions were followed in the everyday life activities of the Caucasian monasteries, in the architecture and decor, and even in the funeral rites. Evidently, the archaeological record reflects the multiple identities, civic, ethnic, cultural, and even religious, adopted by the Armenian and Georgian monks in Palestine. They were Caucasians, but chose to live on the territory of Byzantine Empire. They were foreigners as far as the local Christians were concerned, but represent the Church of Jerusalem for visitors and pilgrims. It seems that this understanding will be relevant also regarding other crowds of East that Jerome mentions, or crowds of West. They came here as modest suppliants to pray for their homeland, but found themselves among the dwellers of the Holy Land, claiming to represent the truth of Christianity in its most holy city, and to sing its psalms till the very end, if there is an end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was really fascinating. And now after 4 lectures dealing with such a wide variety of locations and periods, I am very happy to invite Professor Dalit Rom Shiloni to comment on the session we just heard.
Shalom, good afternoon, the people here, the people at home. And thank you very much for the invitation. I joined my colleagues before me to say that it's a great pleasure and honor to participate in Yom Aharoni 2021. I particularly want to thank Nitzan Shalom and the presenters in this highly interesting session we just heard for their illuminating presentations. Though not following the line order, I will try shortly to raise questions and thoughts to all the panel coming from the perspective of a Hebrew Bible scholar. The findings in Motza are definitely the closest in time to what we know of Jerusalem. Shua Kiselevich builds strongly on the connections between religion and economy, and thus designates Motza as a regional center. I want to ask about the explicit and the implicit lines of comparison suggested in her talk. Does the Hebrew Bible evidence concerning Jerusalem tell a similar story to Motza's or a different one? Looking at the location and the economic administrative status, Jerusalem does not seem to have any large scale economic significance. As has been emphasized, Jerusalem is fairly far off the main north-south road, Derech Gavahar, and we heard about the watershed in earlier presentations. Nevertheless, Jerusalem may have had a local economic and a political importance on the west-east axis, being of the very last places on the border of the Judean desert that enjoys spring waters year-round. Politically, Jerusalem is said to be conquered by David, now the king of all the tribes of Israel, shortly after his coronation in 2 Samuel 5. Based on the biblical narrative, the king immediately turns the Jebusite settlement into his capital, calls it Ir David, and takes all other measures to establish it as a political and cultic center. Hence, Jerusalem has that central administrative power that motivated its establishment. According to chapters 5 to 8 in 2 Samuel, we are able to follow a process led by the king and the Davidic royal court over time, who have turned a foreign settlement unrecognized before him or them with any Israelite Judahite past, and made it into a religious center that acclaims divine presence. God was brought there. Just imagine, Shua, that based on your findings, you would now have found written evidences that would reveal the traditions on how this economic cultic place in Moza became a religious cultic center with a temple and ritual, etc. What I'm saying is that the Hebrew Bible evidence we have about Jerusalem does not stand in any competition or contradiction to Moza. And the information we have in the Hebrew Bible about Jerusalem starts at the point the material culture in Jerusalem, Moza, and else has no further evidence to present. This last sentence, of course, requires some explanation. And here I want to refer to Nitzan Shalom's introductory words, which again explicitly and implicitly refer to the Hebrew Bible text as creating, and I'm quoting just two phrases that Nitzan used, the myth of Jerusalem or the myth of an ideal sanctified city over generations during the First Temple period, Iron Age 2. Furthermore, according to Nitzan, the myth concerning Jerusalem's religious importance has developed mostly beyond that period of time, thus after the destruction of the temple, the city, and the kingdom of Judah by the early 6th century BCE and on. What I, as an outsider listener, may hear is that the Hebrew Bible presents mythical, ideological, late, thus discredited portrayal of an ideal sanctified city, whereas the archaeological findings may draw us closer to the factual history that jeopardizes that myth and clearly stands against proclamations concerning the uniqueness of Jerusalem as the one and only legitimate temple of God, the God of Israel and Judah. And I want to ask, is this portrayal the only way to observe biblical perspectives on Jerusalem? Before delving more into Iron Age 2 Jerusalem and its status, let me refer to the presentations that are far earlier or later than my field or time of expertise by addressing only some major methodological questions. There seems to be a common theme in this session on faith and religion that runs from the pre-pottery Neolithic period and on, presented by Hamoudi Khelaili, to the late second millennium in Ein Dara, brought by Mirko Novak, and down to Jerusalem of the Byzantine period, the 5th to the 7th century of the Common Era, in Yana Chechanovic's paper. The common theme I could gather is the search for proper methodologies to decipher cultic structures from other communal public compounds, to distinguish rituals and among them mortuary practices, and more so to be able to understand and reconstruct religious, theological conceptions, even fierce polemics behind silent, small artifacts like fertility figurines and larger temple structures, courtyards, etc., and their art, which often represent a mixture of esteemed traditional imperial art with local craftwork to create what Novak termed as a newly structured cultural identity. I'm sure each one of the scholars in the panel and professionals in the audience are aware of recent discussions among archaeologists about methodological questions, such as how would one recognize cultic structures, cultic and ritual practices, and even more challenging, religious beliefs and conceptions in archaeology. Many more questions come to mind, but I would add only more nuanced angles, such as what would material culture be able to reveal about gradual processes or even conflicting conceptions by which a cultural religious group creates its theological traditions about the holiness of a cultic center. How could archaeology tell of the steps taken to sustain or to transform its status over time? Hebrew Bible scholars have faced quite similar concerns on how to decipher theological conceptions behind the sanctification of cultic places that appear in the Bible. But there is, of course, one major difference. While in the Hebrew Bible, we rarely find descriptions of actual religious artifacts and structures, we do have texts that introduce literary and liturgical traditions by which we are able still with caution to reveal phenomenological features that serve in creating sanctity to economic political centers. And we may further follow their diverse, and they're always diverse, theological conceptions constantly transformed over time. One preliminary thing we may learn from the Hebrew Bible evidence is that three essential conceptual components are required to establish the religious status of any cultic center. First is the declaration of a current divine presence at the place. Immanent or transcendent, the God needs to be there or look favorably at the place from his heavenly abode. The temple should be a place God chose to dwell in, as so emphasized, for instance, in Psalm 132. God should enter the temple, his house, as we find in 1 Kings chapter 8, or set his name in or upon it, according to Deuteronomistic theology, to announce his ownership over the human-made temple. A second needed component is that the sanctified place is, or even more significant, was a place of revelation. God appeared there to one of the people's eponymic fathers. Thus, the place has significant national history that connects the community to a long past heritage. It would even be better if that acclaimed worshiper discovered the divine presence as Jacob did in Beit El. And you see the verse, Vayomer achen yesh Adonai b'makom hazeh ve'anochi lo yadati. Finally, there should be various symbols that designate the divine presence at the holy place. And in the Israelite context, they would be aniconic, the ark, the cherubs, the calves, standing stones, etc. There would be a temple, a house, or a tent. There may also be significant tree at the courtyard and an altar. And the question, could Jerusalem answer these three ideological theological requirements? So returning to Jerusalem and to the assumed myth of an ideal sanctified city, and I'm here condensing such huge topics in but few sentences. The Hebrew Bible information we have about Jerusalem indicates in very clear ways the ideological, theological efforts taken to build Jerusalem's sanctity. Jerusalem was David, or the Davidic royal court ideology's religious innovation, which is no less than a great theological obstacle on the road for general recognition in Jerusalem as the city of God. Texts in 2 Samuel, in Kings, in the prophets, in Psalms, and scantily also in Genesis, all illustrate that the religious status of Jerusalem was hardly secured over Iron Age too. Furthermore, Jerusalem was never alone as a cultic religious center for God. I would take the references to the centralization of the cult in Jerusalem along these lines. Credited to the kings Hezekiah and Josiah, this conception is part of the Davidic royal court ideology that intertwines God's choice of a king and God's choice of a city, as you see in 2 Chronicles 6:5-6. Resistance to such initiatives of centralization is famously reflected in the Rav Shakeh words in 2 Kings 18. Hence, the centralization of the cult reflects a Jerusalem ideological perspective that raised internal opposition and may not have been kept in other places, such as Moza. This, however, does not mean that the traditions concerning Jerusalem, most of them of polemical nature, need to be part of a myth or of late origins. On the contrary, the sanctification of Jerusalem is a developing process that reflects a standing issue under debate in biblical literature. Thus, in pre-exilic Judah, along most of the 400 years of the temple's existence. To answer then Nitzan Shalom's curiosity on how unique was Jerusalem in the time of the monarchy and in the time when the temple was supposed to become the one and only worship place, as far as the Hebrew Bible can tell, Jerusalem was definitely unique, mainly in the efforts made by the Davidic royal court ideology to establish its sanctity. There probably were other cultic centers in Judah and in the Northern Kingdom. We know about them, we read about them, and you as archaeologists find them. But there was no city like Jerusalem that gained such attention in Judean sources over time and was presented as the city that God chose as his dwelling place for eternity. Thus, to conclude, this information we have about Jerusalem starts at the point the material culture has no further evidence to present. I thus recommend to learn more this incredible literature that can teach us about procedures of building faith and constructing sanctification along various religious conceptions of one specific place over hundreds of years. It was never accepted easily. And with that, I leave the methodological challenges for archaeological studies for all of you to solve. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the speakers of this fascinating session. And now we have a break until 6. See you then.
Good evening, everyone. I first have a technical announcement. I was asked to mention the fact that this session will be slightly shorter. So those of you who are interested, you're most welcome to join us thereafter to hear about the International Tel Aviv University Archaeological International Program. Our professor will be answering questions. So please join us later on. Good evening, everyone. The role of the individual, most notably the ruler, in the shaping of a place will form the focus of the last session of the conference today. In the current populist zeitgeist we're living in, when rulers throughout the world take to the front, in the words of Louis XIV, I am the state, the final session of the day may be regarded as a scholarly discourse of the variant of the phrase La ville c'est moi, that is, I am the city. As in the modern world, the propaganda factor played no little role in the ancient world alike, and has been the more so in cases such as metropolises, temple cities, capitals, and in merely famous cities. All categories are evidently relevant to Jerusalem. When it comes to the charismatic individuals that build cities, it is not just edico ergo sum, I build, therefore I am, but we may identify patterns of behavior such as, for example, of rulers that rebuilt a city following a destruction, or others that change the city's faces driven by faith or ideological motivations. One such example was set by Julius Caesar that rebuilt Corinth, and in particular Carthage, some 102 years following their destruction. As a result of his evidently political act, Caesar's clemency was marked and celebrated in Rome to a degree that, in my view, paved the road for the decision of Hadrian, the restorer, to rebuild destroyed Jerusalem as Aelia Capitolina nearly 200 years later. Another charismatic individual was Caesar's adopted son, Augustus, that while assessing his rule was quoted to say that I found Rome a city of bricks and left it a city of marble. When it concerns Jerusalem and its individual builders, I wish to mention the usual suspects that comes to mind, perhaps the greatest of all, a figure that will not be discussed this evening, King Herod the Great. His massive investments in construction, and not least the city's infrastructure, provides a very informative example to the impact of one person, and not least, it manifests the potential of tension and resistance that such individuals have evoked. Still, at the end of the day, Jerusalem that he built became, according to Pliny the Elder, the most famous city of the East. 3 papers will be presented in our session this evening, as Bethany Walker was unfortunately unable to join us. The speaker will take us all on a tour in time, spanning chronologically from the Iron Age through the Hellenistic period all the way to the Byzantine times. Following the papers, Professor Thomas Tom Levy of San Diego University will join us over the pond to address the papers and to share with us his final comments on the theme. I'm happy to call to the stage my colleague and friend, Professor Yuval Gadot, who will reclaim King Menashe XIV, the 14th king of Judea, a king like Herod did not enjoy a good PR, to say the least, as according to the rabbinical sources, he had no part in the afterlife. However, Yuval.
Okay, 2.5 weeks before the elections, I think it's safe to put this slide, and about human agency and charisma. And I'm sorry for all the other candidates that I didn't put their slide because I'm not sure how charismatic they are. And the question of human agency is, archaeologists are dealing with it all the time. The processual archaeologist plays the system that is behind the Indian as the forefront of what they're doing in archaeology, and kind of left the human will outside. And then came the post-processual or the interpretive archaeology and put back on the table the power of the individual or the power of the specific culture. When we come to the biblical text and Jerusalem, where we are centered, everybody is, and also I think in Dalit's words, the deeds of King David as creating the city physically or the mist, it doesn't matter at the moment. And we can find in the biblical text many other heroes and charismatic persons like Gideon, like Devorah and Barak, and like King Hezekiah. There are many other examples of charismatic leaders that changed the fate of the nation and also built cities and so on. But there is one guy who is never mentioned in this connection, and this is King Menashe. I don't think anybody can place something that was written in the biblical text about his famous acts and his good deeds and how he affected the city of Jerusalem. If you open up the Book of Kings, which is the more relevant source about Menashe, you can find out very little about his 55 years of sitting on the throne at Jerusalem. Most of what you can read is how evil he was and how he is to be blamed for the destruction that came a few years after his death. And if there is something about him, is the fact that he was buried in the garden of Uza, and this is more or less about that. Also, the other books do not mention a lot more information. But I think that archaeology, especially in the last 10 years, and I can say even the last 2 years, sheds new light on the 55 years that Menashe was on throne in Jerusalem, and kind of bring back Menashe into the history of the city. There were articles written about the archaeology of the days of Menashe by Israel Finkelstein and other. These articles were dealing mostly with the early 7th century in the Negev area and in other parts. Jerusalem is now coming back to the scene, I think. Okay, and I will take you on a tour, but we'll start with the surrounding landscape, and we'll move to the city, and then we'll close up with the surrounding landscape as it ties up with the city. When we talk about the rural landscape of Jerusalem, we usually talk about not the city itself, the immediate surrounding of the city, but the two great large rivers or wadis to the northwest, west and southwest of the city, the Sorek Valley and the Rephaim Valley. In numerous salvage excavations that were conducted since the 1970s and up to today, if you wish, dozens, scores of sites dating to the Iron Age too, mainly the 7th century BCE, were found, and you can collect them in Chadashot Archeologiot and in all other reports one by one. This article was published in 2015. There were 59 sites, and I think now we can speak about 64 sites. This is an incredible number for a period like the Iron Age. I don't think that if we'll count the number of sites from the Byzantine period, we'll get to a much different number. So it's definitely a peak moment in the city, in the settlement history around Jerusalem. But these sites are not sites where you have hundreds of people living and hundreds of thousands. It's more about people working in the landscape. And if you divide the hierarchy of these sites below Jerusalem, there's no doubt that Jerusalem of the 7th century was a mega city and controlling the entire surrounding and the temple and the palace and so on. If you count the other, if you kind of divide the other sites, you see that there are administrative centers, but all of them have kind of an aroma of being also symbolic centers, or at least expressing their might over the landscape. And you have some landmarks, and we'll talk about them later, of course, that also show some aroma of administrative function. And then very little number of villages, actual villages, and the rest are farmsteads, isolated buildings, and isolated production sites, mainly wine presses. And we'll tour through the farmsteads. We'll go from below and slowly make our way up and see these kind of sites and how we know that they are dating to the early part of the 7th century, BCE, of course. The farmstead single buildings. This is an example from the Upper Sorek River, the neighborhood of Ramot today, that was built in the 1970s, 80s, and through the excavations, salvage excavations that went on until something like 5 years ago, many of these sites were found. All the yellow dots are single buildings. It's not a village, it's a single building by itself, and then another 40 meters and another single building. Most of them are very small. They don't show very much domestic activity. They look more like store buildings or maybe a place to put the harvest for a short time and so on. And the red rectangulars are wine presses. In the excavations that Afna Langot, who was here in I think it was the morning already, no? Who lectured in the first session, and myself at the slopes of Alona, we are unearthing exactly this kind of activities. And you can see here it's a very small, almost a hut built of stones in this area. The rock formation in this area is what kind of drew our attention, because all of this green mustard is not the ideal place to locate agricultural activities. It's actually very hard rock formations with very little soil coverage. So if you can avoid this area when you're conducting archaeology, it will be smart of you. And we see that these areas were mostly exploited during the Iron Age. We don't really see there are Byzantine activities even or later until modern times. The excavations in this park, it's called also the Bible Park, are part of a community activity of the residents of Ramot. in an attempt to keep this place from being built over. And you can see that the slopes on the slopes here are not terraced, and this is because of the rock, the very hard rock formations. In a survey that was conducted by the Israeli Antiquity Authority, many stone piles were found, a number of wine presses were found, and this is how they kind of drew the area as being exploited for agricultural activities. In our excavations at the site, we've excavated the house itself, okay, and the wine presses, which have a very unique character, and this is this kind of niche at the back, and you see one niche here and another one here, and this is another wine press. And these niches are very unique for the Iron Age. They are probably connected to a secondary process of pressing the grapes, and it was proven from other sites that they are dating to the Iron Age. And there are 5 that we surveyed. I'm sure there are more, but there are at least 5 wine presses, which tells you that the area around them was all plotted with vines. Okay, and you can imagine the picture, something like that. Sloping on the slope with no terraces, kind of utilizing every earth pocket for placing grapes, mainly for wine. And then you see the watchtower here, the hut that the person is standing on, and behind that are the wine presses themselves. It tells us that the slopes of Alona were utilized in the Iron Age for wine production, and it's a specialized wine production. And it's not just Alona. Okay, the system goes further. If you ask yourself, where did they take the wine to? There are the wineries that were found at Givon, at El Burj, and you see here the pictures, the drawings and the pictures from the excavations at Givon. These wineries are very unique to that area. In an article that was published by Alon de Groot and Michal Stern, they numbered the places where these wineries were found. Most of the places, I'm sorry, the article was in Hebrew, but the numbers are written in international language, so you can understand them. Churbat El Burj, which is very close by to Alona, has 34 of these wineries, and Givon, a little bit further to the north, has 63 of these very unique wineries. And it seems that the wine that was pressed in the Nahal Shmuel, Alona area, went up to El Burj. Maybe Givon has other places that it supplied. But this is not the end of the trail. If you follow where the wine went from here onward, then we can use the Lamelech stamp impressions and the concentric engraved circles on the handles, dating, as Oded Lifshitz and Ido Koch and Omer Sergei proved, dating to the early part of the 7th century. You can see the number of jars that were these handles that were found at Givon, and the number of these handles that were found at El Burj, a very small site that was only salvage excavated. And you can understand that first, it belongs to the king. So these are estates, and it's not kind of private production, it's not village-related production. And second, that it probably was oriented towards Jerusalem. And this is kind of the trail of the wine. When you count the number of wine presses dating to the Iron Age that was found all around Jerusalem, we reached the number of 57 in an article that was published by Rafi Greenberg and Gilad Cinnamon. Only, I think, 7 years ago, the number was 30 something, and now we are reaching 57 wine presses. And this is an incredible number. There are no wine presses that we know to date from any other part of the country that dates to the Iron Age. And it tells us that there are many more in the surrounding highlands of Jerusalem. And it tells us that the story that you just saw at Alona is a microcosmos of something much larger that is happening all around Jerusalem. The kind of devotion of the land for wine growing, a very specialized, highly specialized wine production. But it's not just about wine. If you look at the other places, and we move now from Alona and the wine presses to this kind of concentrated cluster of buildings that was excavated by many, Uri Davidovich and others, and you see the number of houses. There are no wine presses here. We are still on the same very hard dolomite rock. The only thing is that we are now closer to the valley. You see the building cluster, the valley of the actual valley of the rivers, the Sorek River. And it's probably this cluster of building is connected to Moza that we just heard about in the previous session, and not the temple. The temple does not exist, or we don't know that it exists at that time. The granaries that were found at Moza in the previous excavations. So you can imagine a flow of cereals going from these building centers cluster to Moza itself. And you see here that the number of Lamelech stamping impressions is very low. For a site like Moza to have 2 Lamelech stamping pressed handles, it's a striking number, not by the height of the number, but how low it is. And the same for the building cluster. So it seems that this is another system working in parallel, which is connected to the cereals. The wine jars are not connected to that story. And of course, from the granaries of Moza, it all goes up to Jerusalem. And also the isolated buildings. Most of the dots that you see here on the map are isolated buildings. So we're not talking about a phenomenon that is centered around the Sorek Valley. It's also Rephaim Valley and also the other smaller streams. Altogether, we have a very, very unique settlement pattern of rural activities. It's not people living in the highlands, it's people working the land, many new sites located in uncultivated places that were never cultivated before and never cultivated after, and signifying activities. And the same phenomenon was noted by Wilkinson and others for other parts of the empire. So I don't think that the empire told Menashe what to do, but it seems that we have the kind of knowledge that is going around and the ability to plan. And Menashe, in the early part of the 7th century, is uniting the economy of Jerusalem and Judah to the greater economy of the empire. And it's not just about improved productivity and exploitation of the landscape. There are also other kind of anomalies, maybe I will call them. I don't know how to call these kind of landmarks that suddenly appear in the land. And we see here the drawing of the concept of the Assyrian gardens and Pitanu, buildings that were built as a parade in the landscape. And when we go now through this kind of what I call the landmarks in the area, in the ground, I will take you in the way that we experienced it. Okay? We will go from one site that was discovered to the next site and to the third and to the fourth, and you'll see how they come up to a bigger picture. Let's start this journey, and it's all concentrated in the Rephaim catchment. There are nothing north of Jerusalem. It's all just south of Jerusalem and to the west. And the first site that we realized that is connected to the story of landmarks and conspicuous architecture in the landscape is the site of Ramat Rachel that Lifshitz and I and Manfred Oming excavated. And we know very little about Ramat Rachel building phase 1, but we do know that it's located on the most prominent hill that is seen from everywhere, and that they used the stone capitals, the decorated stone capitals that you see here, the window balustrades, were all in use in building phase 1, and it was seen by everyone. Wherever you went in Jerusalem, especially south of Jerusalem, it's very easy to spot the hill of Ramat Rachel. So it became a symbol, and it probably also was connected to administrative function, as the Lamelech stamp impressions prove. And when we worked there at Ramat Rachel, we were all the time laughing that if you want to understand Ramat Rachel, you have to go to the UN government residency just south of Jerusalem, and to understand what is a palace that is kind of symbolizing itself in the landscape. This palace that you can see popping up here was built in the 20th century, but it does the same thing. It's showing off in the landscape. And we kind of even thought, why did they go all the way to Ramat Rachel? Why didn't they utilize the same hill that is so kind of talking with Jerusalem itself? And I leave it at that at the moment. We'll come back to that. The next places where landmarks came out is the Rephaim catchment. And in the 1950s already, the tumulis that were built north of the Rephaim itself, that were built or concentrated, large stone piles that are projecting into the landscape and seen everywhere. They are known for years. We don't really know their function. Rafi Greenberg and Gilad Cinnamon connected them to the wine industry and the estates that were there. But it's not just the wine industry, it's definitely about projecting something into the landscape, something that we don't know anymore about. what has joined into this story is the utilization of the spring for the same purpose. The springs are located within the valley itself and not in the hills, on the top of the hills. But when these springs began to be explored in the last, I think, 10 years, and you can see here the article by Daniel and Moore, at the site of Walaja in the spring of Enjawiza, a decorated stone capital was found, probably located in situ by the spring itself. Its connection, exact connection is unknown. We see it within a water system that is collecting the water from the mountain itself and bringing it into a pool. But in order to know exactly how the stone was positioned, we have to excavate there. In any case, this is a very clear indication for early 7th century activities by the spring and somebody putting the stamp of the royalties or the kingdom or other powers that in play in Jerusalem. Another fragment of a capital was found on a spring that is located just below Enjawiza and Chania, in excavations that were conducted by the Israeli Antiquity Authority. Here you see pools that are dating to the Byzantine period, but in one of the stones of the walls of the pools, a fragment of a capital was found. So I cannot vouch that the capital was placed at En Chania and not rolled down from all the way down from Enjawiza, but I think we can imagine that this is what's happening there, that the affluent springs were decorated with these stone capitals, and it's not a mistake that they are found by the two places. And you can see here the decorated stone capitals that are accumulating in the area of Jerusalem. And if I have to imagine what was built in Enjawiza and maybe at En Chania itself, I will imagine exactly this idea of a pitanu located in the affluent water-rich area of Nahal Refaim, and the estates that are dealing with wine, and they are all connected to a king that is standing there. And if I imagine in Enjawiza, then I will place Menashe at this place. And he's using, of course, the syntax of the Assyrian landscape. Surprises came in the last 3 years, and this is the excavation very close by to Ramat Rachel, just north of Ramat Rachel, northeast, the site of Arnona by the American Embassy, if we have here people that join us from the States. Under this huge stone mound, which is part of the story, in excavations, you can see here the connection between Ramat Rachel and Arnona. Excavations by Neria Sapir and Natan Ben-Ari have revealed a construction dating to the early part of the 7th century using ashlars, a large concentration of stamp impressions and so on. It is not clear exactly what was built there, but it's an edifice, and it's connected to building phase 1 at Ramat Rachel. So it's another landmark, and you can see here the publication that came out by the spokespeople of the Israeli Antiquity Authority. You remember this slide? Okay, so it's time to kind of connect the story here, and we are now going to the story of Armon HaNatziv, the UN Governor Residency, and excavations by the Israeli Antiquity Authority. Yaakov Billing has unearthed the largest concentration of decorated stone capitals, very unique in their shape, unbelievable in their glory. You can see here the picture. I hope that in Zoom it's even clearer. This is an outstanding collection that is going to change everything that we know about stone decorations and so on in the Iron Age, in the 7th century. I will not go into the video because we are losing time, but you can go and see this video on YouTube, internet, whatever. And the question is, what kind of a landmark was positioned there? And in order to answer that, we have to turn our face not to the landmark itself, but to the view that you see from the landmark. And Dafna was speaking about this landmark before. And I'm quoting here Yaakov Billing, you can see the beautiful view behind me. And if you can see the beautiful view, there's somebody standing there seeing you. Okay, so remember that it goes both ways. And this is why we need to go for 2 minutes, Guy, to the city of David itself in the 7th century, which is no doubt the largest city and so on. Archaeologically, we cannot almost date anything to the earliest part of the 7th century. To differentiate between the late part of the 8th century, the beginning of the 7th century, using pottery, and even using C14 at the moment is impossible. And we as archaeologists tend to relate everything to the deeds of Hezekiah because the biblical text describes him as a very strong king and that rebelled against the Assyrians. But actually, if we take just one component, for example, the Tunnel 8, which is known as the Hezekiah Tunnel or Silwan Tunnel, and so on, I am not the first to suggest that we should ask whether it's connected to Menashe and not to Hezekiah. The famous inscription itself does not say anything about that, so we don't know from the inscription. We kind of hypothesize that it's connected to the rebellion and the need to protect the water, but you can see here a very large concentration of articles that objected this notion. And I'm turning your attention especially to these two articles that were published by Axel Knauf and David Osishkin, both claiming that the Hezekiah tunnel should actually be called the Menashe tunnel and not Hezekiah tunnel. I don't have the time to go into all the details. Archaeologically, it's impossible to separate the two and to decide. So it's a matter of understanding the concepts behind. If you look at the motivations, is it royal propaganda that when we are moving the water, or do you prepare for a siege? Is it, can you do that in a short time, or do you need more time and knowledge and destination? Is it going to a protected pool, or is it meant to water royal gardens in the Kidron itself? Okay. All of these ideas were raised by David Osishkin and Axel Knauf, and they kind of were mocked to think that there are gardens in the highlands of Jerusalem and so on. But I think, as you heard in Daphna Langot's lecture, with what we know now about gardening around Jerusalem from the Middle Bronze Age and definitely in the Iron Age, we cannot push this idea to the side. And it seems that David Osishkin, in what he said here, was right to think of this operation as being conducted under Assyrian hegemony and with their knowledge and kind of borrowing their understanding of what do you do with water. Not just about moving them, also using them for parade. So who are you, King Menashe? Are you what the biblical text tells us about you, or are you a very clever client within the Assyrian realm who knew how to play with power and survive, and not just survive, and flourish, and even bring Jerusalem to one of its biggest moments in history, where it kind of emerged with the empire that is around into a glorious era. And this comes back to this idea of the landmark, what stands behind this landmark, and the fact that the stones were found one on top of the other. Okay, and you heard about Daphna Langot's lecture when she spoke about the garden that is located here. And I will imagine, again, a Bitanu like here, but look at the king that is standing here and using the altar and or kind of worship activities. And now think of that and think what he's doing it against. Okay, so there is a king standing there, and then the place that he sees and the place that sees him is Temple Mount at Jerusalem, and the temple itself in Jerusalem. Okay, and as we heard in the text, this is the area where, this is possibly the area, we know that Menashe was buried in his garden, the garden of Uzzah. Okay, and we know now that there is a garden there, and we know now that there is a decorated pergola or something like that that was built there, used also maybe for cultic activities. And if we connect all these dots together, I think we get the same headache as Yaakov Billing got when he realized what he's finding while he was excavating there. This is an astonishing discovery that should be published as soon as possible. Okay, and we go back to the text, and if we kind of avoid all the noise and the guilt feelings and the Gewalt, then we are left with the person who built that and built there and so on. So there are many building activities happening there. And after he was building all of these building operations, he was buried in one of these gardens, Garden of Uzzah. And this text, all of these words were written by his opposition that did not just write against him, but also, as Israel Finkelstein and Neil Silverman said, that they were waiting for him with pens in order to write history different than the way he understood it. They also obliterated completely his memory from the earth, and archaeologists are accidentally actually doing that, bringing back his memory into the history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuval, for a lecture with much food for thought, and as you saw, also water and wine. We're moving on to the second paper that will be given by Tehila Lieberman, a PhD candidate of Bar-Ilan University and one of the promising young forces in the Jerusalem district of the IAA, that will be reclaiming the part in the shaping of Jerusalem of yet another king with a very bad PR, Alexander Jannaeus, who was condemned for giving the order to crucify 800 Pharisees and to slaying the family members in front of their eyes. Some 3 years ago, Tehila was part of a team that published a mass burial of skeletal remains from Jannaeus period time, uncovered by Kfir Arbiv, an MA student of ours, in the northern outskirts of Jerusalem, and was linked to this horrid episode. Tehila, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. In this lecture, we'll focus on hegemony in Jerusalem, specifically during the rule of King Alexander Jannaeus. In the study of Jerusalem, the Hasmonean period often falls through the cracks, not only since the previous and subsequent eras draw more attention, but also since we have less information regarding this period, both archaeological and historical. The Hasmonean state was established by Simon, brother of Judas Maccabeus and Jonathan, who led the Maccabean revolt. In the 140s, he was granted autonomy and proclaimed independence, establishing the Hasmonean state with Jerusalem being its capital city. Simon was succeeded by his son, John Hyrcanus I, who was followed by his son, Aristobulus I, who passed away within a year, and then replaced by his brother, Alexander Jannaeus, whom we're going to focus on in this lecture. Jannaeus, or Alexander Yanai, ruled for 27 years, during which the Hasmonean state has reached its peak in terms of size and in strength. Despite that, his reign is generalized as a never-ending conflict, both due to the external conquests he led his army to expand the territories of the kingdom, and also due to the internal conflicts between the different sects in the Judean society of that period. Jannaeus was succeeded by his wife and then by their sons, who didn't quite get along. They invited the Romans to come conquer them, ending the independent Hasmonean state in 63 BC. In this lecture, we're going to rely mostly on archaeological data from previous and recent archaeological excavations. And we're going to try to trace the impact of Jannaeus on the development of Jerusalem on three main levels: the economic growth of the city, the introducing of new technologies, and the physical expansion and development of the city in this period. We're actually going to start with a phenomenon familiar with anyone ever excavating in Jerusalem, possibly elsewhere as well, but I think it's most profound in Jerusalem. No matter what period you'll be excavating in Jerusalem, there are high chances that the numismatic assemblage deriving from that excavation will contain many coins of Alexander Jannaeus. This feeling I share with other excavators of Jerusalem is backed up by phenomenal statistics provided by the IAA coins department. 25,000 coins have been discovered in Jerusalem from all periods. Of those coins, 5,500 are Jannaeus coins. That means 22% of all coins ever discovered in Jerusalem are Jannaeus coins. In other words, if you happen to be walking in Jerusalem, then down and pick up a coin, there are chances of almost 1 to 4 that that coin would be a Jannaeus coin. Now, this is not since his coins were exceptionally large or made of very expensive materials or preserved in a special way. They're actually quite simple coins. You can see the small bronze coins. This bias has no technical reason. It is possible, though. This abundancy of coins attests to a rapidly increasing economy. While in this period, Jerusalem became an economic center with many financial opportunities, perhaps those that have to do with the temple, the administration of the state, and the military headquarters, which were all located in Jerusalem. This would have attracted residents, merchants, and artisans to the city. This financial growth does not stand on its own and can be paired with other endeavors that some of them will be discussed right now. We'll move on to Wilson's Arch, located at the foot of the Temple Mount. Besides extraordinary finds from the early and late Roman periods, I want you to actually pay attention to the wall marked over there. This wall runs southwest northeast, a completely different orientation than the Herodian expanded Temple Mount compound and all the later structures related to it. This wall was built of very large stones with yellow, thick, strong mortar bonding them. The mortar was so hard that in order to dig through it, we needed to use power tools. And it was so strong that all the later structures used this wall as their foundation, including Wilson's Arch itself and the theater-like structure discovered beneath it. If we look at it on a plan, this is the wall we were looking at before. It's the southern face of that wall. And it was exposed to the width of 8 meters and the length of about 13. The northern and western sides of this wall were not exposed in this excavation because they exceeded the limits. But if we place it on a plan with the other yellowish mortar elements that were previously discovered, it allows a reconstruction of a massive element of about 14 meters wide and about 100 meters long. This is a massive monument crossing the Tyropian Valley in one of its deepest parts. Already, Warren and Conder in the 19th century identified this element as part of the first wall of Jerusalem. It does in fact follow the line of the wall exposed by Avigad in the Jewish quarter excavations. Later interpretations saw this wall as a dam wall or perhaps as a major pathway leading to the Temple Mount in the Hasmonean period. Historical sources imply the first wall of the city was already protecting the city in 133 BCE during the siege of Antiochus VII. The segments previously discovered in other excavations vary in their construction method, and also the dating information provided by them is far from conclusive. The stratigraphy from Wilson's Arch can only confirm the construction of this element to before the late 1st century BCE, but C14 samples that were taken from inside the yellow mortar of the wall give a slightly earlier date, placing it in the first half of the 1st century BCE. In other words, this wall, or at least the yellow mortar in it, is too early to be part of the 133 city wall. If so, perhaps what we're looking at, this massive cement-like element, is not part of the first wall of the city, but is rather part of a completely different element that is not the city wall. In order to propose such an idea, we have to quickly go through the walls of Jerusalem in the Second Temple period. So the first wall is, in fact, the first wall. It probably follows the line of a wall from the Iron Age. If we see this yellow area over here, is that cement-like element which crosses the Tyropian Valley. I'll skip quickly to the third wall, which was built much later and does not interest us right now, so we are going to ignore it. And let's move back to the second wall. The second wall does interest us. Following Aviona, Geva, Clonar, and others, we assume that this wall was built in the early 1st century BCE. The exact route of this wall has been widely debated, but it's not so critical for this case, so we're going to ignore that too right now as well. What's interesting though is that once the second wall was built around the northern part of the city, this part of the first wall was no longer needed as a fortifying wall. Perhaps this massive cement-like element marks a change in the original function of the city wall. It's no longer functioning as a city wall, but rather it was transferred into a massive dam wall in the Tyropian Valley. If so, the dam wall is a later modification of an earlier city wall. It was modified once the city extended northward with the construction of the second wall of the city. At this stage, the cement-like mortar was casted, creating a massive monument crossing the Tyropian Valley, cultivating the runoff water in the valley and supplying water to the newly settled northern quarter of the city. The robust composition of this element, its width and its length, would also allow for a pathway leading to the Temple Mount upon it. The size of the element, its function in the valley, along with the cement-like mortar, attest to a novel technology that changed the landscape of the city in this area. This dam wall, though, was not the only progressive water controlling project at the time. We also know of the lower aqueduct. The lower aqueduct conveyed water from Solomon's pools in the Bethlehem area to the city of Jerusalem, with its final destination being the Temple Mount itself. The lower aqueduct was 23 kilometers long and included 2 rock-cut channels, and along its entire length, it preserved a consistent minimal slope, attesting to the finest technology of aqueduct building of that time. For the first time, once the lower aqueduct was installed, Jerusalem did not have to rely on natural rain or on the spring, since the aqueduct guaranteed a consistent, reliable supply of water to the city. Now, of course, this was not the first application of aqueduct technology in Israel, though this aqueduct by far supersedes the previous ones in extent and in capacity. So along with the dam, we're looking at 2 technologies that resolved most of the water concerns in the city of Jerusalem in the early 1st century BCE. Another aspect examined is the urban expansion. We already mentioned the expansion of the city northward with the construction of the second wall of the city. And now we're going to take a look at the Western Hill. The Western Hill was settled already during the Iron Age, though it was followed by a gap of several centuries. The earliest Second Temple finds that can be identified as a residential quarter date to the early 1st century BCE. These are simple dwellings, and they're limited and not pre-planned and very different than the later upper city with their affluent mansions, but it is with no doubt a residential quarter as we would expect it to look like. Now remember, the Western Hill was already fortified by the first wall before the 1st century BCE, indicating there was some sort of activity on the Western Hill already prior to this period. And in fact, there are some stray finds and there are some installations from the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, but the 1st century BCE is when there's evidence for the first residential occupation on this hill. If we move to the southeastern hill, here it's a little bit different since this area was settled successively, unlike the Western Hill. But nonetheless, this area also underwent some changes during the early 1st century BCE. We're gonna note some of them, starting from the southern end of the city, this area over here. So I want you to look at see the color, the rusty red line over there on the plan. That's a large wall that was built of the typical so-called Hasmonean stones dating to the early 1st century BCE. Inside that wall, a gateway was incorporated, probably the southern entrance to the city. Now, once the city was entered from the south, you'd come to the area we know of the Siloam Pool, dated to the late Second Temple period, that large stepped pool. Apparently, though, beneath this large step pool from the late Second Temple period is an earlier stage of a pool dated by Gennaeus coins, probably to the time of Alexander Gennaeus. If we move a bit up to the north, in the Givati parking lot excavations, building 4001 was identified by the excavators as part of the Hellenistic fortifications. Though during the early 1st century BCE, this building underwent some adjustments, converting it from a defensive structure to a domestic dwelling. About the same time, the various glacis and stronghold remains from the yes or no Acre area were covered, and the area was leveled out, covering the previous battlegrounds and suiting it for residential activity, possibly the neighbors of building 4001. Now, if we move a bit more to the north, we come to the inevitable issue when ever discussing ancient Jerusalem, of course, the temple and the Temple Mount. Now, what we have to keep in mind is that liberating the temple was what ignited the original Maccabean revolt. And the temple was the symbol on which the Hasmonean state was established. Therefore, all Hasmonean rulers took some sort of part in the strengthening and reinforcing reinforcement of the temple and the Temple Mount. The temple was renovated during the Hasmonean period, and the Temple Mount was expanded southward, resulting in a seam visible today in the eastern retaining wall of the Temple Mount. Unfortunately, there's no good archaeological data dating this expansion, and the different suggestions discussing it rely mainly on historical sources. But since all Hasmonean rulers were involved to a certain extent in the development of the Temple Mount, we know that during the time of Genneis, as we discussed right before, the lower aqueduct was built, reaching the Temple Mount. The city had extended significantly, and the economy of the city had also increased considerably. It is possible that alongside the city's progress, the temple had developed as well, firming the connection between the temple and the city, with the city evolving around the temple as its religious and financial draw. It also may have been a way of Alexander Genneis to maintain his dual authority, both as a king and as a high priest. It seems likely Alexander Genneis participated in the Temple Mount alterations, but we don't quite know to what extent. Just something to keep in mind. So if I want to come and try to tie some ends together here, we saw that under the reign of Alexander Genneis, Jerusalem had advanced on several levels. We saw an economic growth attested by the abundance of coins, indicating a lot of money changed hands in Jerusalem of the 1st century BCE. New innovative technology was introduced to control and manage water supply in and to the city. The city had significantly expanded and developed in various directions. And now we want to know, what does this mean within the makeup of Hasmonean Jerusalem? So Jerusalem was inhabited before the early 1st century and had superior significance in the Hasmonean kingdom ever since it was established, and probably before that as well. It's also possible that John Hyrcanus I, Genneis' strong predecessor, had planned some of these projects or was responsible for the initiative of some of them. Yet it was probably during the time of Alexander Genneis that the city had advanced considerably. It was he who strengthened Jerusalem as an economic center, as well as a religious one, with each of these aspects promoting the other. By implementing novel technologies, boosting the economy, and physically expanding the city, Genneis reclaimed Jerusalem as the undisputed capital city, attracting residents and pilgrims who confirmed the city's status and promoted its further development. So thank you, Genneis, and thank you all.
Thank you, Tehila, especially for bringing the aqueduct. And I thought about Monty Python, but that's just me. The closing paper takes us as nearly as high as one could go in the political hierarchy of the 5th century AD, dedicated to the Empress Eudokia, wife of Theodosius II. In a poem inscribed on a marble slab that was uncovered in the basis of Hamat Gader and has been attributed to Eudokia, we read, "I have seen many wonders in my life, countless." Thus, to present the tension between politics and faith, and also the many wonders of Byzantine Jerusalem, I call upon via Zoom Dr. Jacob Yaki Ashkenazi of Kinneret College. Yaki, are you with us?
I believe I am. Can you see the slide?
Yeah, we see Tel Aviv is calling. Duspois, thank you. The stage is yours.
Okay. It's okay, everybody see the slide?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. In Jerusalem, sorry, just a second. Okay. Under the rule of Theodosius II and his successor Marcian, Jerusalem experienced one of the most turbulent periods in its history. Leading its church during this period was Juvenal, who ascended the throne in 422 and served as a bishop of the Holy City until his death in 457. For a significant part of this period, the Empress Eudokia was active alongside him. Eudokia came to Jerusalem as a pilgrim in 438 or 9, and she settled there permanently from 443 until her death in 460. These two figures represent two different elites. Juvenal headed the Palestinian church, empowered by charismatic holy men who gradually took positions within the highest ranks of ecclesiastical hierarchy. Eudokia, who represented the imperial aristocracy, bore the title Augusta, as did her sister-in-law Pulcheria, who, like Eudokia, was a significant participant in the competition in what Pierre Bourdieu would have called the religious field. In what follows, I will address the implications of this competition on the urban landscape of Jerusalem in the mid-5th century, suggesting that Eudokia's actions of religious piety in Jerusalem outdid those of Juvenal in this arena, and that they aim not only to gain profits in the field of religious goods, but also to maximize the symbolic revenues in the field of imperial politics, in which both she and Pulcheria competed. Before examining this competition, here is a brief review of the Empress' biography. Eudokia was born as Athenais to a pagan sophist named Leontius in Athens or in Antioch, and according to later or somewhat legendary sources, Pulcheria, the emperor's sister, found her suitable to be her brother's bride. She was baptized by the Bishop of Constantinople and married Theodosius in 421. In 438 or 9, Eudokia embarked on a journey to the Holy Land, following an oath she took. On her way, she passed through Antioch, where she helped renovate the city walls and delivered a speech to the residents in which she confessed the city's special place in her heart. Traveling from Antioch to Jerusalem, she was greeted by Melania the Younger, who came to meet her in Sidon and accompanied her on her journey to Jerusalem. While in Jerusalem, Eudokia met with Cyril, the Bishop of Alexandria, who participated in the consecration of a prime initiative, the Church of St. Stephen, the proto-martyr, on May 15th, 439. When she returned to Constantinople, she brought with her a few relics of the saint to the capital. 3 or 4 years after returning to Constantinople, Eudokia left the palace and went to Jerusalem to live there permanently. Legendary sources weave a story of adultery that explains her departure, but it seems that there were more complex reasons for that. Kenneth Hollum argues that both Pulcheria and Eudokia reached a level of significant influence at the court, and the tension between the liberal Eudokia and the conservative Pulcheria came to a head. Eudokia decided to move away from the capital and settle in Jerusalem, where she could better express her aspirations and better serve the interests of the imperial court. Ellen Cameron claims, just a second. Okay. Ellen Cameron claims that Eudokia did not confront Pulcheria, but rather saw her as a kind of role model and perhaps even admired her. In this manner, he saw Eudokia's departure to Jerusalem as an outcome of her desire to follow her sister-in-law, pious example. Whatever the circumstances of her departure may have been, it seems that there is no dispute about her move to Jerusalem and her residing in the city, where she served as a key figure in the local events surrounding the Christological controversy. Her presence in the cultural, social, political, and religious life of Jerusalem is also reflected in the built environment of the city. According to Michael Aviona's calculation, Eudokia invested an amount equal to 1.5 million gold coins at a time when 2 gold coins were enough to support a person for a year. Even if this calculation is exaggerated, the list of Eudokia's projects and initiatives in Jerusalem and in other locations in Palestine during her stay is extremely impressive and is exceptional in any scale. Nicephorus Callistus, a 14th century church historian, writes that Eudokia established many monasteries and churches, hospitals, and poorhouses. One of these institutions was probably a hospital known from the sources as the Hospital of the Patriarch, which was built together with the Episcopeion, the bishop's residence, to create an ecclesiastical quarter attached to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Another institution mentioned by Callistus is a home for the lepers, the sacred disease in his words, in Phordysia, perhaps Herodium. Cyril of Scythopolis wrote in the late 6th century that blessed Eudokia built a huge number of churches and more monasteries and houses for the poor and elderly than he was able to count. He does not list all the enterprises, but he mentions the construction of the church of St. Stephen by Eudokia and the large sum he allocated for its maintenance, as well as the home for the elderly she built outside the city walls with a martyrium of St. George within it. Contemporary sources present more details about her investments in religious and civic ventures. John Rufus, the author of Peter the Iberian's hagiography, notes that upon Peter's arrival in Jerusalem in 437 or 38, he found a sparsely populated city in which the authorities encouraged land acquisition and construction. This may have also been Eudokia's impression when she arrived in Jerusalem shortly afterward. Construction of the Church of St. Stephen, north of the city walls on the presumed site where the proto-martyr was stoned, was completed in 460, only a few months before she passed away, and she was buried near the martyr in that very church. The Church of St. Stephen was the largest of the churches in Jerusalem, at least until Justinian erected his ambitious project of the Nea almost a century later. Another of Eudokia's projects in Jerusalem, which is mentioned in sources from the 6th century, is the wall she erected in the city, around the city. Malalas notes that it fulfilled the words of the psalm, "Do good to Zion in thy good pleasure," in Greek, Theodokiasu, rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. This psalm may have been an incentive for this project, yet since Eudokia also contributed to build the walls of Antioch, and since she built the church of Siloam and perhaps also the church of St. Peter, maybe the house of Caiaphas or Petrus Gallicantu on Mount Zion, it is plausible that the extension of the wall to the south to include these two compounds within the city boundaries, as well as the church of Hagia Sion, the Holy Zion, was part of the emperor's plan to enclose all the holy places of the city within its walls. This would define the city as it was entitled a century later in the Madaba map, Hagia Polis Jerusalem, the holy city Jerusalem. A look at the Madaba map shows many buildings with red roof tiles, an indication of Christian basilicas. Scholars who have tried to associate these buildings with institutions mentioned in literary sources and archaeological records tend to date many of them to the mid-5th century, that is, the period of Eudokia's stay in Jerusalem. It would be speculative to attribute to the empress the construction of churches such as Hagia Sophia or the Praetorium, John the Baptist near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Church of Beth Hesda, the Probatica, or monasteries in the area between Hagia Zion and the Anastasis. However, even if Eudokia was not involved in initiating and constructing these churches, it can be suggested that the very presence of an empress as a permanent resident in Jerusalem affected the entire built environment of the city. Thus, it is possible that noble women who came to Jerusalem during those years, like Baasa, Flavia, or Ikelia, who founded ecclesiastical institutions in the city, did so due to the very atmosphere her presence created, which promoted such projects. One of the most important steps that Eudokia took while in Jerusalem was embracing the monastic order of the city and its desert. Thus, the empress befriended Melania the Younger and extended her patronage on Peter the Iberian. She also became very close to Euthymius, the celebrated monastic father, and contributed to the promotion of some of his monks in the ecclesiastical hierarchy by appointing them to lucrative positions. The bond between Eudokia and the monks also had material manifestations in the form of a tower she built in Jabal Muntar, which later became the monastery of the Scholarios, and in the church dedicated to Saint Peter that she built opposite to the Laura of Euthymius, equipped with large reservoir for the benefit of monks and pilgrims. Let us now turn to other actors in the religious field and analyze the benefits they gained in both fields, the religious and the political. Eudokia had two main competitors, her influential sister-in-law Pulcheria and Juvenal, who held the episcopal seat throughout almost her entire stay in the city. Pulcheria is portrayed as a very religious woman who dedicated her life to the worship of God on one hand, and to cultivating and strengthening her younger brother's status as emperor on the other. Her dominance at the court radiated to ecclesiastical officials in and outside the capital, and played a major role in 3 ecumenical synods. Unlike her sister-in-law, Pulcheria did not embark on a pilgrimage to the holy places. Rather, she was recognized as a second Helena, a title she was given during the synod at Chalcedon in 451, for her part in the struggle against the decisions of the robber synod at Ephesus in 449, but whose roots lay in the days of the first synod at Ephesus in 431, when she was driving force behind the excommunication of Nestorius and his party. Her vow of celibacy bestowed an aura of holiness on her, as she was perceived as imitating the Mother of God, imitatio Maria. She leveraged this image in establishing no less than 3 Marian churches in Constantinople. The first in Blachernai, the Odegetria, and the Chalcopratea, projects that ingrained her image as the magna mater of the city and perhaps of the entire empire. As a great mother, Pulcheria was also credited for many philanthropic activities in Constantinople, and like Eudokia, she strengthened her bonds with the growing monastic order. Thus, she cultivated close ties with reverend figures such as Alexander Koimetes, and Hypatius of Bithynia, and Simeon Stylites. Theophanes, writing in the beginning of the 9th century, attributes to her the victory of Chalcedonian orthodoxy and praises her actions for the benefit of the city and the empire, while he treated Eudokia as one who betrayed her husband and the true faith. A third player in the religious field was Juvenal. In the period between the First Council of Ephesus and the Council of Chalcedon, he was an active partisan in the party that was led by Cyril of Alexandria and his successor Dioscoros. At Chalcedon, he changed his allegiance and sided with Leo of Rome, who was encouraged by the new emperor, Marcian, whom Pulcheria married after the death of her brother. Juvenal's fickleness was not well received by most of his subjects in Palestine, especially the monks. Eudokia, who supported Dioscoros and was backed by almost the entire monastic order in Jerusalem, in fact controlled the Church of Palestine through the usurper Bishop Theodosius, until Juvenal was reinstalled on his throne 2 years later. According to Cyril of Scythopolis, Eudokia turned to the Chalcedonian faith in 454 under the influence of Eutymius and reunited with Juvenal. According to all sources, there was no interaction between Juvenal and Eudokia, but some of the sources relate to a connection between Juvenal and Pulcheria. John of Damascus, written in the 8th century, tells how Juvenal was asked by Pulcheria and Marcian to send them the body of Saint Mary, allegedly found in her tomb in Gethsemane. Juvenal replied that according to an ancient tradition, it was known that the Mother of God was taken from her tomb by her son, and therefore the tomb was found empty. In response, Pulcheria and Marcian asked him to send them the coffin and the shroud, which he did, and which they had placed in the church that Pulcheria had dedicated to the Mother of God in Blachernai. As noted above, the construction of 3 Marian churches in Constantinople was related to Pulcheria. 3 Marian churches were also built in Jerusalem during the episcopate of Juvenal. The church over a tomb in Gethsemane, the church at Bethsaida, at Bethesda, the Probatica, where Saint Mary, according to some traditions, was born, and the church of the Catisma on the road to Bethlehem, built by the noble lady Ikelia. The competition in the religious field was not only between 2 women, but also between 2 cities. While Pulcheria introduced herself as the Augusta of the Orthodox in her perception, Constantinople, Eudokia designed Jerusalem as an alternative Orthodox, in her perception, kingdom by building churches and monasteries, constructing social and medical institutions, strengthening the veneration of the holy men and women, and in so doing, reinforcing the prestige of the holy places. Only in Jerusalem, as Constantine Klein rightly phrased it, could Eudokia manifest herself as Christian empress. She made Jerusalem her kingdom, with Saint Stephen as her saint, and left the promotion of the cult of Saint Mary to Pulcheria in Constantinople and Juvenal in Jerusalem. It is difficult to assume that Eudokia's actions in Jerusalem were executed in defiance of Theodosius or against Marcian or even against Pulcheria, as Hunt suggests. However, the outcomes of Eudokia's departure from the capital and her move to Jerusalem contributed to the deepening of the competition between the 2 Augustae. The competition, not in the sense of hostile confrontation, is reflected in the materiality of religion both in Constantinople and in Jerusalem. But while the urban landscape of Constantinople did not undergo dramatic changes under Pulcheria, Jerusalem's built environment changed significantly. As Pierre Bourdieu argued, the profits gained in the religious fields manifest themselves in capital that can be social, economic, or symbolic. It seems that the religious field in which Eudokia, Pulcheria, and Juvenal competed produced capital that were manifested in their statuses. However, the assets gained in these fields demanded investments that were significant in the urban landscape and designed the built environment in both cities, Jerusalem and Constantinople. The built environment is a language that transforms objectives, desires, and ideas into concrete objects that bear the meanings their builders conferred on them. In this sense, the built environment acts as a semiotic system from the perspective of its organizers, as stressed by Persiossi. Monumental buildings can appear, in the words of Lefebvre, to mask the will to power beneath signs and surfaces. or in the words of Göring, they serve as an invitation to faith rather as an attempt to compel assent. Anyhow, building churches, monasteries, martyria, hospitals, poorhouses, and clergy residence, together with the wall to encompass these initiatives, are all icons of cultural landscape, if we use Donald Mitchell's phrasing, designed by the Empress. In the case of mid-5th century Jerusalem, these were claims in stone for legitimacy, using imperial power to shape the cityscape. Eudokia's Jerusalem was a holy city with sacred treasures found in every corner. Her decision to be buried in the church she had built in honor of the proto-martyr Stephen, the son of Jerusalem and the holy places, in the words of the theologian Ezechius, show that Stephen was a royal saint, Jerusalem was her kingdom, and she was its queen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yaki, for taking us to Byzantine Jerusalem and the motivation behind the activities. And we move on from Kinneret College from the Sea of Galilee over the Atlantic Ocean, nearly to the Pacific, to Professor Tom Levy, which I hope is with us. For your comments, please.
Boker Tov mi San Diego. It's really a pleasure to be part of this exciting conference held in honor of the late Professor Yohanan Aharoni, a charismatic individual who founded the Institute of Archaeology at Tel Aviv University in 1968, which is today a world leader in archaeological research. Just how much Aharoni, the individual, was responsible for the establishing of the Institute of Archaeology at Tel Aviv University because of his scholarly feud with Professor Yigal Yadin, another charismatic individual at the Hebrew University, deserves investigation and is worth reflecting on when we consider our topic and the role of the individual creating social and economic change in societies. I'm especially grateful to Professors Yuval Gadot and Guy Stiebel for the invitation. The last time I was privileged to participate in a Yom Iyun Aharoni, I was deeply engaged in the Iron Age archaeology of southern Jordan. That was when my good friend Israel Finkelstein, another charismatic individual, invited me to speak about my team's research in southern Jordan, biblical Edom, and its relationship with ancient Israel. I was able to include two of my then graduate students in meetings and a seminar we had at Tel Aviv University at the time. Erez Ben Yosef spoke about Iron Age metallurgy in Feinan, and Neil Smith reflected on the ceramic assemblages from a variety of Iron Age sites in southern Jordan. I'm pleased to say, and most of you know this, that Erez went on to become a professor on the faculty at Tel Aviv University. At the time, as Levantine field archaeologists, we totally shied away from linking our work to specific kings and personages mentioned in the biblical sources, such as the 10th century Hebrew kings David and Solomon, or the contemporary Edomite Hadad, known to us from the first book of Kings, who was a survivor of the royal house of Edom after the slaughter of the Edomites in the Valley of Salt at the hands of David's general Joab. Hadad took refuge in Egypt and went on to be an adversary of David's son Solomon. In the book of Kings, if the book of Kings is considered a reliable source, after the death of David, Hadad returned to Edom to try and reclaim the throne there. According to 1 Kings 14:25 and 2 Chronicles 12, 1 to 12. Jeroboam the first also took refuge in Egypt during the latter years of Solomon's reign. And when Solomon died, Jeroboam returned to the hill country and became king of the northern tribes, creating the kingdom of Israel. 1 Kings and 2 Chronicles biblical sources also explains that 5 years after Solomon's death, the Egyptian pharaoh Shishak, or Shoshank I, carried out military campaigns in Canaan. The Shishak campaign is commemorated in the remarkable extra-biblical Ubastite portal at Karnak in Upper Egypt that shows Shoshank I holding a group of bound prisoners and numerous names of captured towns, mostly in the kingdom of Israel, including Megiddo and a few Negev towns. In our 13 seasons of Iron Age research in Jordan's Fainan copper ore district, stratigraphic excavations, high precision radiocarbon dating, artifact analyses, digital recording, and photogrammetry techniques demonstrated a local 10th and early 9th century BCE copper industrial scale production system linked to the Edomites. At the end of the 10th century BCE, there was an abrupt disruption in Fainan copper production that we linked to the Shishak campaign. In fact, we found a scarab with the name of Shoshank I in the Fainan district. The only other epigraphic find was Shoshank I's name found in the southern Levant. The first was discovered at Megiddo by the University of Chicago team back in the 1930s. A similar story of Iron Age copper production has been demonstrated in Ben Yosef's Tel Aviv University expedition in the central Timna Valley. And Erez and my colleague Mohammed Najjar and other colleagues recently published a paper in PLOS One that for the first time we bring together the Fainan and Timna data to show a regional 10th and 9th century BCE unified copper production system that extended throughout the Arava Valley. Still, we have shied away from investigating the charismatic individuals involved in this story. I bring up our Fainan research because it highlights the shadow of charismatic individuals that hover over the archaeology of Israel, Jordan, and neighboring lands today. Our work intersects with the papers presented in this section because we are venturing into the archaeology of individuals and agents, a research area that archaeological thinkers such as Bernard Knapp, Peter van Dommelen, Julian Thomas, Lynn Meskel, and many others have paved the way for us. In the Iron Age world of Fainan, individuals such as David, Solomon, Hadad, and Shishak lead to the same archaeology of charismatic individuals that our panelists so admirably have struggled with in today's lectures. For us working in Fainan, like our colleagues in Israel, controlling time through stratigraphic excavation and radiometric dating and space, that is, the context in which archaeological artifacts and features are found are the archaeologist's most precious tools. This is especially true for historical archaeology, whether one is practicing biblical archaeology, such as Yuval Gadot's study of Manasseh and the Greater Jerusalem, Tehila Lieberman and her study of classical antiquity that focuses on the Hasmonean king Alexander Yaneos in shaping Jerusalem, or Yaki Ashkenazi's analysis of the building environment of Jerusalem in the Byzantine period under Bishop Juvenal and Empress Eudocia. Short of inscriptions, epigraphic finds, and texts found in situ at archaeological sites, it is extremely difficult to identify the guiding hand of charismatic individuals in the archaeological record. Accordingly, I think all three papers can form the basis of a major project, such as those sponsored by the European Union, the ERC, the European Union Research Council, and others, to reevaluate the role of the individual in promoting culture and historic change. The focus on the archaeology of Jerusalem from prehistory to historic times would be very compelling. The papers that we have heard today highlight a number of methodological and theoretical issues that we can develop, that we can all develop, to study the individual as an agent of change in the archaeology not only of Jerusalem, but the southern Levant as a whole. This is what makes the idea of a major funded project led by Israeli researchers and their colleagues so exciting. A project that will appeal to world archaeology. Moving forward methodologically, sharpening chronological tools at the sub-century level is still a major concern for historical archaeology, as accurate dating of both archaeological remains and ancient texts is essential for linking the archaeological record to history. Yuval Gadot emphasized the problem of precise dating of farmsteads and single building sites in Judah, and even monumental symbolic sites such as Ramat Rachel, when it comes to determining a late 8th or early 7th century BCE date. Similarly, more accurate dating of what Yuval refers to as Tunnel 8 to either Hezekiah's preparation for the Assyrian siege, or rather in the later years of Hezekiah's reign, or even to the time of Menashe's reign, is still debatable. Thanks to the major radiocarbon dating project of archaeological remains in Jerusalem, led by the Weizmann Institute's Elisabetta Boraretto, that includes Tehila Lieberman, Yuval Gadot, Johanna Regev, Joe Uziel, Avi Solomon, Doron Ben David, Lior Regev, and others, the scientific foundations for working toward the resolution of issues such as the validity of Roman sources like Josephus and the historicity of the Hebrew biblical accounts of Jerusalem are advancing impressively. As shown in Yaki Ashkenazi's paper, dating the archaeological strata and features and linking them accurately to charismatic individuals such as Theodosius II and his successor Marcion, and identify the active hand of Empress Eudocia during the Byzantine period, face the same challenges as the earlier periods discussed by Yuval and Tehila. Again, the potential for using Jerusalem as the world's test case for develop a transdisciplinary, that is, a team science approach to historical archaeology that brings together specialists in archaeology, geography, history, epigraphy, radiometric dating, and more, are probably unparalleled. Finally, a few words about theory that can be used to situate charismatic or uncharismatic individuals in the archaeological worlds we explore. In processual and even post-processual archaeology, culling out historical individuals as central actors in creating social and economic change has been a huge challenge. Yaki Ashkenazi, in his paper, takes up this challenge, and he has it just right when he employs Pierre Bourdieu's notion of the field of religious goods, which is an arena of competition where the professional agents, in this case, religious and governmental leaders, struggle for specific social groups or individuals as potential religious consumers to understand the how the elite individuals in the 5th century CE shaped the built environment of Jerusalem. It seems that it is social theory, the social theory of researchers like French theorists, Bourdieu, Foucault, Bruno Latour, and others that we must turn to situate the individual in ancient world systems that are rooted in historical archaeology. Ashkenazi is doing it. While the terms such as agents and agency are used by archaeologists to identify individuals assumed to be responsible for change in the archaeological record, agents and agencies can only be understood in relation to a wide range of social theories noted above that help explain the dynamics of how individuals function in social systems. Another social theory that has great potential for the archaeology of charismatic individuals is the actor network theory developed by Bruno Latour and others. Actor network theory, or ANT, A-N-T, is a theoretical and methodological approach to social theory where everything in the social and natural worlds exists in constantly shifting networks of relationships. ANT is empirical, so for archaeologists, there are material attributes that can be mapped or outlined using our chaîne-à-potoir techniques to show relationships between material things and the concepts that produce them. Thus, the individual as ruler or leader is not prioritized in historical reconstructions. Rather, these actors are analyzed in science, technology, and society studies that examine how society, politics, and culture affect technological innovation and how technological innovation affects society, politics, and culture. For old processual archaeologists like myself, it's a tall order to dive deep into the social theory needed to understand charismatic individuals in the archaeological record. I think I'm going to stick with scuba diving and try to understand how climate and environmental change affected society at large rather than the individual. But you guys are on to a great start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom, so very much for your insight and sharing with us those profound and thoughtful insight. I want to share 5 lines from another charismatic individual, Yehuda Amichai, who wrote, "Who has ever seen Jerusalem naked? Not even the archaeologists. Jerusalem never gets completely undressed, but always puts on new houses over the shabby and broken ones." As archaeologists, we normally speak about the shabby and broken houses, and this is why it was for me so special to chair a session that was actually devoted to the agents, as Tom so neatly referred to. I'd like to thank all the 3 speakers, to Yuval, Tehila, and Yaki, for sharing their studies with us, and to call upon Elena Roth for closing remark. Thank you all.
Tom, can you please stop sharing your screen? Thank you.
I believe this day has been a great success, and I am very thrilled to see all the remarks that we're getting on these lectures that we had today. We touched upon very complicated topics, very complicated subjects, as the environment and the technology employed in the environment, on faith and belief, and on the charismatic individual. And we've seen how all of these subjects intertwine, and we come back to lectures that have been presented in the first session, in the third session, like a gun that was placed in the first act. We presented, or the speakers has presented high resolution pictures with very wide scope, large ideas and pictures to set the small details into frame, which is fantastic. We raised questions of methodology and theory concerning multitude of topics, and we, the speakers again, presented controversial ideas with firm archaeological frameworks and finds, and showed how the power of Jerusalem, or the force, the main force that shaped Jerusalem, is actually the force of humanity. We would like to thank our speakers in Israel, in this hall and at home and overseas. And we look forward to a face-to-face gathering in the near future. I would like to draw your attention to the link that has been shared on the chat for the international program. And the final link that has been shared recently is the right link. So please, for whoever is interested in our international program, click on the link and join us in the next conference room. Thank you all very much. Have a great evening.